Hey. Happy Friday, everybody. Welcome back. Great to see you guys. Join us today as we talk about why Bethany Funke was excluded from the PCA in the way that she was. I'm ready to do it. I hope you are too. Let's do this thing. What up? Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Good to see you. Thanks for joining me again today. It's great to be here with you guys once again. I hope you had a great day yesterday and a great night last night. And I hope you're having a great day so far today. And welcome back. And as it says, why was Bethany Funke excluded from the PCA in the way that she was? What an interesting conversation piece. And a good friend of all of ours got a hold of me today and we were talking about it. And I thought, well, what the hey? Let's bring it to the whole crew and see what everybody else thinks too. I thought it was quite interesting. It's something that we've always kind of wondered. I think a lot of us. Let's talk about it today. Thank you for being here, all of you guys. And we're going to be welcoming Sarge up here today with us as well at some point. I'm not sure about Mama Bear. She's got some family stuff going on. She may be here. She may not be here. I don't know. She said she will be in chat, though. So we'll have that pleasure at least. And of course, I will be opening it up as I do every day now to having everybody's thoughts and opinions brought out to us. Whoever wants to join me today that jumps in here, I'm more than happy to have you guys here. It's been great lately, and I really enjoy that. We've had Cluminati or Clue and Cletus in here lately. I've enjoyed that quite a bit. So whoever joins us today should be a great one. Yes, guys, I have fish on my head now. You noticed that Christmas is over. Even though my tree's still standing there, that will be gone, by New Year's, of course. So let's see who we have here, guys. Again, if you're tuning in, I'd love to see where you're tuning in from. So if you want to throw it in there, you're welcome to. If not, no worries. Let's see what we got so far. It looks like, speaking of which, the bear is running loose in chat already. Crime time with Mama Bear in the house. Hey. Wisdom Speaks, the awesome Miss Sherry's in the house. Thank you for joining us today. The Canadian Cat Lady, welcome back to you. Crystal Haney, what is going on? And good to see you. Good to have you here. Jay Litz in the house. Welcome back. Good golly. Miss Molly's in the house. Welcome back, Molly. Great to see you. Miss Mark and Betty, welcome back. Great to see you. Paladin, what is going on, my brother? Good to see you. Duke, what's going on, brother? Amarillo, what's going on? Good to have you here. Mark and Betty coming out of the UK. That's awesome. Carolyn Miller, great to see you. Welcome back. Fierce Grace, welcome to you. It's a new face. Marina Girl coming from South Carolina. That's great to see you here. Thank you for joining us today. Excuse me. Paladin says Bali today. That's awesome. One made nut, my friend and yours. Eddie out of Minnesota. Good to see you. Miss Annie Peterson, thank you for joining us today. Let me see. Marina Girl again, South Carolina. Niles Buckman, what is going on, my friend? Good to see you. Samir Dalby is coming to us from Germany. That's awesome. Chad Button coming from Iowa. That's amazing. Good to see you here, Chad. Miss J. Litt is coming from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. That's awesome as well. SB from Texas, way down there. Way down there. What's going on, SB? Good to see you. Walt Harris, welcome. I know where you're tuning in from. Doodlebug, what is going on with you? Good to see you here, darling. I hope you're doing good today. Thank you for joining us today. Tanel Ray coming from New Zealand. That's amazing. Awesome stuff. Good to have you here. Sony from Guatemala. Of course, Miss Carolyn Miller, the Pacific Northwest, Washington State. Canadian Cat Lady is coming from Toronto. That's awesome, awesome, awesome. Tosh Coley, Aussie in the house. How is things down under? Vix Logic says London calling. That's awesome. Of course, Mum of 4 UK from Glasgow, Scotland. That is amazing. Cat K, welcome to you. Good to see you. Cat K says East Texas. That's awesome too. Welcome to all of you guys from over the pond and everybody else as well. Gad Deguchi coming from Poland still. Groots in Michigan. That's awesome. You guys are everywhere. We are everywhere, guys, all over the world. I love it. I love it. I love it. That is so amazing to see all these variations of people from all over the place. I absolutely love it. Let me see here. Yeah, I know where you are, Molly. That's a fact. I know where Mama Bear is too. Let me see here. North Carolina Mountain, man. I'm gonna guess where you're at, brother. Good to see you today. D daughter, welcome to you. Good to see you. Miss Brandy B, I know where you're at too. Thank you for being here today. Of course, the Sarge is in the house. He'll be joining us here in a bit. Thank you for being here again, Sarge. I do appreciate you very, very much. Marina Girl, again, thank you for being here. Let me see if I missed anybody up top here. Hey, CL, good to see you. Thank you for joining us today. Susie Storm, welcome back to you as well. All right. Karma Police are in the house, guys. Be good. Be good today. Lisa and Cannoli, welcome back to you. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us today. Let me see here. Jane Bosch, welcome from Florida. Good to see you in here again. Thank you. Na. And there is Miss Clue. Clue and Cletus in the house. Hey. Michael 007, welcome, my friend. Good to see you today, as always. Kelly Land, welcome to you. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Let's see, Jane Bosch. Paula Campbell from West Virginia. Thank you for tuning in. Appreciate you very, very much. Come on in, guys. Grab a seat. And honestly, guys, wherever you guys are, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night. I hope it is good for you wherever you are because it's good for me to be here with you guys. I really appreciate you guys so very much. There's Clue in the house. Jeff Hutchinson is coming from County Durham in England. We got a lot of people from over the pond, and I love it. A lot of UKers, people from Scotland, Ireland. I absolutely adore it. Love it, love it, love it. We're everywhere, guys. We're everywhere. Come on in, guys. Get comfortable. Grab a seat. Let's get as corny as we can. So grab your coffee, tea, whatever it may be. Come on, sit down, have a conversation with me today. I would appreciate it so very much. Exactly, Kelly. I can agree with you on that one. I can agree with you on that one. Guys, if you will, please leave a little bit of DNA on that like button coming on the door. I appreciate that so very much. It definitely helps us get out in that algorithm. We got 133 people here with 55 likes. We can do better than that, guys. Come on, let's make a match. We got to get out there in that algorithm. You know how important that is to YouTube. Let's do it. Let's do it. Love Ireland. Lived a few months there near Letterkenny. That's awesome, Sony. Thank you for that. Golf inspectors in the house. Good to see you, Golf. Thank you for joining us. Oh, yeah. Thank you guys for those of you that have been tuning in to Cluminati's channel over there, guys. It's a great channel. You will not be disappointed. I'm sorry I didn't make it last night. I fell out last night and I didn't wake up till this morning. Went back to the doctors again today, and I'm hoping that I got it right this time. I got new meds to be taken, so hopefully I'll be healthier soon. Let's keep our fingers crossed. Welcome, Lori Markle. Good to see you today. Thank you for joining us. Truth Nation Uncensored, my friend and yours. What's happening, Welly? Good to see you, brother. Did you just call me a Malacca? Oh, buddy. I got you, Malacca. Yep. Miss Kim Marin's in the house. Good to see you, Kim. Thank you for joining us today. Wonderful to have you back. Yes, Clue has a great channel. I'm working on it, Sony. I'm working on it. I promise. Come on in, guys. Come on in. Grab a chair. Get comfortable. We got 143 people with 68 likes, guys. It doesn't cost a dime. Just hit that button one time for me, please, if you will. Just once. Yesterday ended in a bit of a bombshell. The video ending surprised the heck out of me. We need more info on that. What are you talking about, Carolyn? White House. Get out of here, Walt. You're crazy. You're crazy. I know better because it's out of season. Although they probably do have them in the wintertime. I don't even know if they're open. Excuse me. That's awesome, Clue. Thank you so very much, my dear. Appreciate you. We got 74, the Linda Lane thing. Oh, okay. Gotcha. So today we're going to talk about why Sarge brought up a really good point to me today. We do talk on the phone, guys. I talk with a few of you guys. Legendary CTO, what is going on to you? What's up? Um, we did talk. I talked to some of you guys, like I said, on the phone on a regular. So we were talking about something. I said that'd be a good idea to bring to everybody else. Sarge always has some good points. And today we're going to be talking about why was Bethany not more included in the PCA than what she was. We got a statement from Dylan. It was a full-blown statement from Dylan Mortensen, but we didn't get anything like that from Bethany. And if she was in the house right along with Dylan, that doesn't make a lot of sense to me because you would think that they would put both statements in there. Unless she absolutely saw nothing or heard nothing. But I don't think that's the case. Don't think that's the case. So we're going to talk a little bit about that kind of stuff. Like I said, Sarge is going to join us up here, along with anybody else that would like to join us. We're going to talk about that and see what we can come up with. There you go. Exactly. Yep, that is true too. Her phone data was used to decide the time of the crime. Interesting. And that's a fact too, Sherry. It could have been irrelevant, but like Sarge said, they did use her phone data, so something was relevant there. We don't know. 50 cents a minute like the other 800 numbers. He probably does. Yes, he does have a 900 number, like he said. Come correct. Oh, well, we don't know. We don't know, Brady. We don't know how that went down, but we'll find out eventually. That could be it too. Willie said what she said contradicts what Dylan said. Maybe. I don't know. Yeah, Richard Batonio, but I can never say his right now. I believe it's Batoncio, or however you say that, said that she heard and saw things. Good point, too. This is why we're talking about this stuff today. True Baby 6, welcome. Good to see you. That she showed up after Ellie. They was already there. Right. Maybe she heard something, but Ellie had enough in Dylan's statement. That's a good point, too, Chris. This is why we have these conversations, you guys, and we keep it 100% logical, commonsensical, and nothing but respect for the victims and the families as we do have these conversations. Is all that I ask from anybody. Welcome, Jackie Young. Good to see you. Cappuccino 877. Welcome to you. That's a bad. That's a bad. The biggest point right there. Nobody knows for sure what or where she was and what she was doing. That's a good point. Yes, absolutely, Stoney. It is a complete total mind boggle. I agree. All right, guys, we got 81 likes now. We are almost there. We only need 20 some more. Why don't you be the next one? Let's see if we can do that. Let's get into at least 100, guys. After that, I will be happy. Welcome back, Julianne. Great to see you today. Good to have you guys all here today. I appreciate you guys. I've been enjoying these conversations. They've come out pretty well rounded, and they're just questions. And we're just giving answers the best way we can without having any kind of knowledge of certain things. It's hard to answer a question when we really don't know, but we can always give the answers that we think that it could be, with respect to what we're talking about. That's a good point. That's a good point. How can she not be included? The PCA states the data downloaded from her phone is how they estimate. That's a good point. That's why we were talking about it. I'm getting there, Michael. I appreciate that. Welcome, 360 Life. Good to see you. Thank you for being here. Kelly Land, welcome from Howell, Michigan. Good to have you here. Miss Julianne says, "What's up, everyone?" Thank you for joining us, Julia. We appreciate you very much. Come on in, guys. Find a comfy seat. We're going to be here for a little bit, at least. Legendary says, "Yo, Julianne, how are you?" It's possible, Mark and Betty. You never know. And just so you know, Clue, if you would like to, since you did that with me the other day, you're more than welcome to stream this as well on your channel. If it helps in any way, please feel free. You're welcome to. Um, I know we help each other out in different ways when we do that kind of stuff. So if you should choose to do that, please feel free. You're welcome to. Brandon Hossman, good to see you. Salty Grace, welcome back to you. Miss Teresa, good to see you today. Thank you for joining us. 157 people, 90 likes. We need 10 more, guys. We can do this. Come on. Somebody up here, I think it was Julianne, said she was from Howell, Michigan. Am I right or am I wrong there, Julianne? I'm getting there, opinionated. More meds. Kelly Land said she was from Howell. There you go, Groot. And I hope we got Cletus in here with Clue today. Gotta love it. Cletus and Clue. Clue and Cletus. Thanks to Sarge, we got a new name for Beyonce now. I think it sounds perfect. Audrey Cakes, welcome back to you. Good to see you guys. Come on in. Go grab a seat, guys, if you will. Absolutely, Clue. No worries. I always enjoy having you guys up here. I love the names. Heck yeah. Cletus and I'll come on panel. I love the name Cletus. It's hilarious. And she said that he looks like a Cletus. So hey, Sarge is on the ball with that one. Yes. Yes. Cluminati is awesome. I really think everybody loves the channel. I think it's been working out well. We've been doing really good panels. I got to get over there to her side more often, though. Got to get myself healthy. Share the love. How are you, Audrey? Good to see you. That's a good point there, 360. And we can talk about that too. Very much so. I have a theory that BF knows that the timeline is incorrect, and I don't think she saw anything but heard stuff. Perhaps noise studied at 3. That's a good theory, 360. Thank you for that. Anastasia Liberate? Anastasia Liberate. Hey, love the name. I officially identify. He said, he said, I officially identify as a Cletus. Hey, hey. Cletus. I agree with that too, Sherry. Her phone is one thing, but the statement is a separate thing altogether. I can agree with that. Yes. Yes, we do love Mr. Cletus and the clue for sure. Absolutely. I've been having a great time with these people hanging out and having these conversations. I'm telling you, 12 in the house. Ciao to you and happy holidays. Lucy's mom from Spokane, Washington. Do you know Stacy's mom? Since you're Lucy's mom? That was a bad joke. Sorry. Yeah, that might be right. BK throws off the official timeline. Good point there, Gaia. Yeah, that is a good point, 360. Yes. Paula says, I'm having a problem with the idea of the perp. Hey, I gotcha. A lot of people are. That's okay. That's why we have these conversations. That was a good joke. I'm trying. I'm trying. Yep, she does. She's got it going on, Chris. That's right. Stacy's mom. Vic says, I'm Grace's mom. Hey, there you go. You guys are a trip today. I love it. Sarge says, I got a killer name for a show. Cluminati, the Clueless Cletus show. Oh my God, Sarge. I don't know. I don't know how that would fly. Cletus is pretty knowledgeable. I have to say that. Slow Southern style. Hey, hey, welcome to the house. Good to have you here. Yes, if we can. Thank you, Brandy, for that. Let's show our sister Clue some love. There is the link right there, guys. If you haven't subscribed, please do. Go over there, show some love. Click that little button. And that way you don't miss a thing. Josie Joe's in the house. Says, hey, everyone. I lick the like button. TGIF and Happy New Year. Same to you, Josie. I appreciate you very much. Walt Harris, mom and dad are tuned in with me. Hey, welcome, mom and dad Harris. I appreciate you. Amethyst North, thank you for joining us today. I had to jump in. Didn't want to go with that. What Ellie pushed and wanted a lawyer present. Gotcha. Welcome. Good to have you here. 104 likes now. We did it. We are in the algorithm. Thank you for that, Kay. I appreciate everybody that hit that like button. Appreciate you very much. Sorceress, welcome to you. We got 178 beautiful peeps in here. Thank you guys for joining us. Thank you for subbing over there, Kim. That is appreciated very much so. Excuse me. All right, let me get this linked up here. Drop that there. Boom, boom, boom. Let me pin it here. Bing. Okay, there's that. That's right. 178 with only 107 likes. We can do it. We can do it. Miss Sherry just gifted 5 True Crime memberships. That is super awesome. Thank you, Miss Sherry, for that. It looks like Amethyst Noor, Audrey Cakes, Sarge gifted himself a damn or got a membership himself. Damn. Slow Southern Style as well, and Sunshine. Congrats to you guys. Welcome to the sauce with the rest of us. I appreciate that so very much, Miss Sherry. God bless. And it looks like Miss Bonnie was the first to drop a super chat today. That's awesome. Thank you so much, Miss Bonnie. God bless. We appreciate you so very much. And welcome. It's good to see you here today. Yes, that was super awesome of you, Miss Sherry. Appreciate you so very much. And welcome to all the new meatballs. Sarge is a damn meatball. Finally, hey, that's right.
Man, I think I've been a meatball my whole life. It's awesome.
You said it. You said it. I didn't.
Who don't love meatballs? Come on.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. That's why everybody's so loved in here.
And I think coining the name of that show, believe me, I talk with I talk with Cletus for 7 hours, and the guy's a very intelligent man. There's no question about it.
100%.
But I still think that name, the Clueless Cletus Show, would be a spectacular name.
It is. I agree. It does sound good. It's got a great ring.
Oh man, it's got a good ring to it, right?
Absolutely. Well, check it out. 7 months, Miss Evie Marie has been a member of the True Crime Cafe. That's so very awesome, Evie. Great to see that. And thank you for being here with us. I'm getting there. Slowly but surely. I got a new round of meds I got to take. I should be drugged out of my mind by the end of the month. We'll see. I'm on my second dose from the doctor today, so we'll see. Hopefully it works. We got North Carolina Mountain Man says we got a big set of meatballs on panel, don't we? Yes, we do. Hey, forget about it. Let's see who else is jumping in here. Annie Ruler, hola to you. Welcome. Good to see you guys all here today. I appreciate you guys very much. Kate Pruitt, welcome back. Good to have you here. Let me see here. Miss Bonnie. Anastasia Librate. Initially, when police issued press conference release on TV, they said that they believed that she wasn't at home. So not sure why they said that, unless she wasn't. It's a good point. And Cluminati with the second super chat. Thank you for that, dear. I appreciate that very much. She says she loves meat and balls. I'm not going to touch that at all. That's all you, Sarge.
Can I point something? Well, but she's not shy about expressing her.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. I agree.
Yeah, her extra meaty curricular activities. She's very open. So can I just make a point about a stream that I watched earlier so that it doesn't jump into this? People are going to go back and forth about it. Drip Drop released the stream earlier where he suggested that the cubby hole that you could see cut out in the front of that house lined up with being behind the refrigerator in the kitchen. And that's absolutely 100% incorrect.
Yeah.
The cubby hole and the refrigerator are on 2 different levels.
Yeah.
The cubby hole is above the ceiling of the second floor. And the refrigerator is on the floor in the second floor. So there's no way that cubby hole could have any connection to a refrigerator in a secret doorway between the refrigerator and the bathroom, where he claims all kinds of electronics and surveillance equipment were hidden by the landlord. Purportedly, supposedly, potentially. So just be aware, and I'm not picking on the guy, but it's important that people realize that when you look at the images of what he's claiming, you're seeing the 3rd floor window.
Right.
The cutout underneath a 3rd floor window. Okay. And
Absolutely.
if you look to the left, you'll see the 3rd floor staircase. And that cutout is at the top of the staircase level, which would put it above the refrigerator, because we know the refrigerator is on the same floor as Dylan Morton's room.
Right.
So that's the reason why I'm saying what he put in his stream today is fully inaccurate. and that I'm not picking on the guy. We all make mistakes. I made the same mistake looking at that house last night. And it's in Clue's stream, and she straightened me out. And it wasn't it's not like I'm not criticizing or picking or making fun. None of that. It's just a simple observation that he's inaccurate in today's stream.
It happens. Yeah, it happens all the time. Absolutely. Golf Inspector, thank you very much. Another 5 memberships gifted. Looks like Kate Pruitt, Tanel Ray, Annie Peterson, Not That Nikki, and Coffin Dopper Socks. Thank you for that, and welcome to all the new meatballs. Appreciate you guys.
Right. What about the tunnel?
I'm not going to really get into the discussion of the tunnel. I didn't spend any time on that because the first part of the stream blew me away with what he was suggesting.
Yeah, I didn't know any of that shit.
I had been shown by Clue and Cletus.
I would like to have Drip Drop. I even was in there earlier in his chat. I said hi to him and all that. He spoke to me. He's welcome to jump on. I'd love to have him on panel here one night and have a conversation with him just to see what his thoughts are, honestly.
Right. No, I assumed that was a cubby hole on the second floor, but the whole first floor is already gone. When you see that cubby hole, the first floor and its roof system are completely ripped away from the home. And what you're left with is the third floor and the second floor just barely leading up to it. So it's like they went in and they chopped the house off from the back of the living room where that step is. That's why there's a step, folks, because that living room denotes the end of the front structure. And they ripped that off. Yes. And when they rip that off, where you see the cubby hole, you can at the same time see the second floor and the staircase leading to the third floor. And the cubby hole is above the staircase. So there's no way it could have any connection to being with the refrigerator.
That's what I feel the same way. I agree. And CL is right that inaccuracies can be dangerous and rumors start and then people take rumors and they run with it and they become truth in some people's mind. That's where the problems have come from this case, guys. There's been a lot of that's happening. We got to be careful. That's why I ask you guys to use logic and common sense when we have these conversations about things, because we have to come out as right as Robin if we can with this, because it doesn't help the case or anything with the case if there's some kind of crazy misinformation running loose out here that doesn't make any sense. Okay. And then it makes it worse. It just makes it worse. So
I posted a link. I made that statement in his, I did, just so folks know, I posted this in his comment section, not for animosity or to start trouble, but then I posted him a link of a video that exactly shows what I've explained.
Absolutely.
So
absolutely. And it's not, I know how you don't come at people that way. So it's not meant with animosity at all. It's just, a constructive, criticizing.
There's no, I have no, that's what I want to be clear about. So folks don't think I'm running around talking bad about Drip Drop. I don't know the guy. I've listened to some of his stuff. Some of it I accept, some of it I question. In this case, questioning it was the right thing to do, because again, if Clue and Cletus didn't show this to me last night and explain the house we were looking at was devoid of the entire first and second floor up to the back of the living room, I wouldn't have realized where that cubby hole was located. So
I mean, if you don't look at, if you know the outline of the house and so on and so forth, once you look at it, you can catch it, and you got to pay attention to that stuff. So it makes sense. It does make sense. Hey, Natalie, B, good to see you. Reverend Cynthia, welcome back to you. Good.
And I didn't know Dylan's door was like directly at the bottom of the steps. So that is, that makes it more even non-believable in my opinion, that she opened the door and he was in the only spot he could be in for her to see him without sticking her head out. I don't.
Well, if he was walking in her direction,
but he would have been coming. But he would have been coming down the steps.
No, he wasn't coming down the steps. She said, "I saw a man walking towards me."
Yes, so therefore she would have
been on the swing of the door, the way that door swings into the room, and the way she would have to step into the doorway could only allow for somebody coming from the common living space towards her.
Exactly, the living area, and like I said, I said a long time ago,
room area.
Yep. If that person would have been coming down the stairs, she'd have said in the PCA, "I saw somebody clad in black walking down the stairs towards me." That would have been a different situation altogether. Right. Okay.
But her door opens up in a way that door shows the living room.
Exactly. Yes. Yep. That's my thought too.
It opens left to right. So it swings in a way that she really wouldn't have. She'd have to step out or stick her head around the corner to see the staircase at all.
Yes. And that's a good point, opinionated. I agree. I hope it reaches every house as well. That's a good point. I love that.
What was the other thing too? There was another thing too that with when I called you earlier, the
conversation piece, there's a couple things to talk. Hey Brian, good to see you, buddy.
With that PCA written where it specifically states it used Dylan Morrison's statements, and then it goes on to say it used Dylan Morrison's and Bethany Funke's phone data.
Yes.
And it's as if they exclude Bethany from the PCA.
And that's what we're talking about today, guys. Right. The fact that, yes, it does mention her, but it doesn't mention her the way that it mentions Dylan Morgenstern. And I know that I'm not the only person that has questioned that from the beginning. And when Sarge brought that up to me today, I said, let's talk about that, because we haven't.
Let's frame in why some of the reasons that may be important. And the main obvious reason is when the investigator stated that she may have exculpatory evidence that's unique to her and only she can testify to it.
Yes,
that statement connected to her being excluded from the PCA provides a question. Was what now the lawyers are saying that she has info that she can share, yet the PCA is sharing none of that info. So is the info, does she really have info, or is the defense putting on a front?
And that's the
is
thing.
her info something that would have contradicted Dylan Morrison's story?
It states in the early on, okay, in the PCA, it gives a blatant statement from one of the roommates. It mentions the secondary roommate, but it doesn't give a statement from her clearly from her mouth. It's directly from her. Down the road, it comes out that she has exculpatory evidence that is only unique to her that could exonerate Brian Koberger. You take those two things and weigh them out in your hand, and it's like,
well, exculpatory, it may not exonerate him, but exculpatory evidence leans towards the potentiality that you didn't do it. Right. It's still up for judgment, but when you're doing an arrest warrant, you want to put in the arrest warrant only things that are pertinent to get probable cause, as people have said over and over again.
Yes.
But for the second victim not to have any statement or input into that is either they didn't have anything to add or they said nothing at all, which then means the filing by Ann's team is felonious.
Right.
Or back it up. The filing is accurate, and there's a reason why they kept her data out of this application. And that reason would simply be that it may contradict or throw into question the statements made by Dylan Mortensen.
Right.
You would leave Bethany's information out. Seems like a likely explanation here.
Yes, sir. Welcome, Dinky and Amy Lane. Good to see you. Dinky, my friend. Great to see you, brother. Absolutely. It should be a link up there. When I did it, I had a link when I clicked on the StreamYard link glue. It should be up to the right on your side. I don't know how many screens you have, but it just should say stream to your audience in like a blue button, and it should let you do it. If not, I'm not worried about it. I was just trying to give you the option.
I got a quick question for you guys real quick, because I was thinking about this all night. Now, I know that the defense agreed to have this.
Willie, and I don't want to be rude, but I just want to make a statement that's connected to my TikTok state or the drip drop, and then I'll be done. But it's still fresh in people's minds. The tunnels have never, ever, ever been presented as connected to this crime. Whether they exist or not is actually not relevant, other than what is being said about them online. If you want to consider that making them relevant, that's fine. But there's no evidentiary information that we can look at that show tunnels exist, don't exist, or had any part of the crime.
I don't think so either.
So regardless of where people want to take that conversation, just keep in mind, it's a theory. Whether they're there or not doesn't matter. And the simple fact is we don't know. And there's nothing that's been given to us up till now to suggest it had anything to do with anything. Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't have anything about this.
They're all over the place. Tunnels are all over the place in Idaho. We know that. And that's it's a common thing. Okay.
They run underneath the whole we have
right. So to discuss whether they're tied to this crime or not is almost a waste of time because there's no data that would point that way.
Listen, guys, if they're not in this PCA, and I know a lot of people think this PCA is garbage, but we go by this. This is the lifeline, okay?
And the filings.
They're not in this PCA. They're not involved in the case, in my opinion.
And the filings made by both prosecution and defense. There's been no reference to this whatsoever.
Not one.
So
not
it's
one.
A great topic for fun, but it's a theory. Anyway, that's all I wanted to say, Willie. Sorry. Thank you for
I don't really give a shit about those tunnels. I was thinking, okay, so if the defense and the prosecution both agreed to knock the house down and not so that would mean the defense can't bitch about it during trial. Now, what happens hypothetically if Brian hires a lawyer and his counsel now is gone and he gets new counsel and now they have a problem with the house being knocked down? Would that then cause issues or
shit out of luck? That's what I think it is. Yes, it is legendary. Yeah, I think it's SOL in my opinion.
Well, no, I mean, no, I don't. It's an honest quote. It's something that I don't know the answer to.
I agree with you. I think that they would just be basically told you're up that river without a pedal because that house is gone now, which is something that should have been thought about in the very beginning. You know what I mean? It would be a moot point in that sense because there's nothing they can do about that. So,
no. I'm saying the public. Okay, his public defenders agreed to it. If he gets new counsel, now that counsel didn't agree to it. So, can't they start some shit about it?
I mean, they, in essence, probably, yeah. But what are they going to do about it, though? You know what I mean? That's where the problem.
Bring it up during a trial.
Well, yeah, but you could say mishandling of evidence if you want to argue that their professionalism in processing that scene up until including the demolition of the home shows an ineptitude of a magnitude that you can't even comprehend.
They could probably try
5.37 quintillion of the odds that people would handle a scene this bad, and these people managed to do it out of the 1 in 5.37 quintillion. That is a defense lawyer you could slap one of the police with on the stand.
Yeah,
right.
That's true. Deborah Lynn Polly Putnam, welcome. It's been a while. Good to see you here. Thank you for joining us. Janelle says the worst part is they quit investigating other possibilities as soon as they had eyes on Brian. If they're wrong now, then they can't retest the scene. That's a good point too. I agree.
However, they did collect the floorboards, in some cases the wall paneling.
Yeah.
They do have evidence.
Right.
For sample collection. They do have.
Dinky said that they should have donated the house to the families and let them do what they wanted with the house, whether keep it or not keep it. And I can agree with that.
Right.
That would have been a good idea. Good point, Dinky. Excuse me.
They should have at least asked them what they wanted done with it. How about that?
100%. Yeah.
They already said they didn't give a shit what the family saw beforehand. So
here's another major curiosity when it comes to Bethany.
The moot
Funke.
point.
With Bethany Funke, if you look at the timeline of the arrest and then the processes and the scheduling of the probable cause hearing, and then you look at when actual discovery was turned over to the defense team, and then the defense team's investigator brings this up about Bethany,
right?
And 2 days later, bam, this guy's indicted. The question I would have is, and it may be discoverable for people that know the documents.
Yeah.
How close in proximity are these events? Because the defense would have no idea other than what was in the PCA if Bethany had said anything or not. However, once discovery was given to them, they would then know what Bethany said or didn't say. And then their investigator obviously would be engaged to further up with Bethany. And in this case, we know the investigator's claiming she knows things unique to herself that could be exculpatory, right? Was that chain of events happening while this piece of crap prosecutor, if that's what he is, ran around the back to get the indictment to avoid bringing Bethany into a preliminary hearing? Did he lay this all out in a way to give him the ability to actually do what I would say is prosecutorial misconduct, knowing that it's potentially what Bethany has to say or show would contradict the probable cause warrant? And that's why he ran from the probable cause hearing, the preliminary hearing. I'd like to see the chain of events, the dates of the discovery, the dates of when the trial, the preliminary hearing date was set, when Brian didn't waive. All of it seems like that stuff stacked up on top of itself. In other words, it's my guess. The prosecution may have had information they didn't want disclosed to question the probable cause warrant.
Well, but
that may in fact be Bethany's.
Would it not be possible if Bethany has something that's truly exculpatory and damning to the prosecution? Would it not be possible for the defense to file some type of motion to dismiss the grand jury indictment based on whatever it is Bethany has? Yeah. I mean, I don't know, right? I don't know how that works, but you would think that would be something they could do.
You would think.
I would think so too. Yeah. An opinionated said, how do we know that Bethany didn't testify at the grand jury?
We don't,
but I don't think she was there. I think there was a statement possibly that could have been fed to the grand jury that was signed and dated by her and all that fun stuff.
Or she may have been excluded completely. She may not be added anything to provide for an indictment.
Right.
Her statements may have caused contradictions or confusion. She may have said, I saw a person of color. We don't know what. See, that's the worst thing about this case. And I guess like everybody else, right?
I agree.
And I try to guess within the confines of the data we have. So what could she say that would be exculpatory? There isn't that many things she could have said.
Right.
I didn't hear anything. It's not an exculpatory statement, right? So we know she probably didn't say, I didn't hear anything. I didn't see anything. Those statements probably couldn't be made for the defense to come forward and say her information.
And that's where the question lies, is why was that not put in this PCA? You know what I mean? That's one of the biggest questions. Yeah. Any statement that she may have made, which I guarantee you she had to have made some form of a statement. Why did they not put that in the PCA? That's been a question I've had since I first read this. I think most
Yeah.
people have asked that question.
Finley Ray, a grand jury is prosecution only. I didn't mean to cut in front of you. Just read.
No, it's okay. Yeah. Yeah, that's there. There you go, right there. Yes.
I think it's because it makes Dylan's statement bull.
Yep.
Yeah, I can agree.
Well, I mean, I think when you consider the fact that they didn't put her statement, right? They used her. Well, they said they sort of alluded to her statements, and the forensic download to her phone is really all that they put into the PCA. And then you consider that the defense has said that she has exculpatory evidence. To me, I think it would only make sense that she would have had no part in the grand jury hearing, because obviously she has something that is damning to the prosecution's case in some way, shape, or form, because they've gone well out of their way to keep her out of it.
Right.
It's also possible she did show up and she was asked specific questions just to confirm a time period.
Well, but think about
that. Be aware that he's gonna decide what he presents or not, so he can actually hide her statements from the grand jury as well by simply not bringing them on the record.
What I was going back to also is the fact that I don't think she did show up, because she fought tooth and nail to not have to show up, if you remember that.
Yeah.
And that said to me way back then, why is she fighting so hard to not be there?
Maybe because she knew she was already part of the indictment.
I mean, there you go. Very possible.
Okay.
That's what
it's possible she already knew the indictment and she'd already given her testimony, and that she knew that there was going to be no preliminary hearing, so she fought the
welcome, Golf, very much so. Josie said exculpatory could be something just in direct conflict of the evidence or statements. It's that simple, and that's very true as well. Very true. Very good point. Sorry guys, I'm still struggling to talk. It definitely interesting. Well, in that, I don't think that goes in line with it, Mama 5, because I know that people read, that she wouldn't be arrested for anything preceding the scenario and blah, 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 so on and so forth. But I think that was just generalized, like a blanket statement that would be put in any situation. I don't think that had anything particular to do with that. But, what would the reasoning be for that? Because if that's the case, she would have been arrested before she even left the area, in my opinion. So I don't know. But I've always wondered why there was no statement from Bethany Funke that was outlined in the PCA along with Dylan.
I want to respond to JB. He's saying it could be that they read her statements to the grand jury, and that's not how it works. A prosecutor brings his best case and the best flavor and the best look that he can and presents it to the jury. That's what he does. And then he gets his indictment. That's why they can indict ham sandwiches. And that's why Mr. Kohlberger's attorneys are arguing the standard used to come to the arrest. The indictment is, they say, is unconstitutional in Idaho law. We went over that in Clues Room the other night. It's a good listen. So the grand jury would not necessarily have any access to statements made by Bethany if the prosecutor so choose not to present them. You see? He lays out the case, again, in the most strongest possible way he can to get his indictment. And there's no defense present.
Right. Absolutely. Excuse me. So,
hi, everyone.
Welcome, Golf. Good to see you again.
Can I add my 2 cents to that grand jury thing too? I think it's in
Please
this.
do. That's why we're here today.
Yeah, I think it's something that shouldn't even be legal at this day and age, because if you think about it, grand jury is a one-sided process, basically.
Damn right.
And that's in itself is, I think, wrong, if you look at the bigger picture. Mm-hmm. And they went into like the way that they worded the whole, I guess, how they did how they wanted to stop the indictment or throw out the indictment was worded in a way that it was a little bit different, but sort of in that vein of like today that, when they made that up, that they would start having grand jury indictments. It was like the old times, right? The system looked different. So it's really an outdated and really an unfair system to use in these cases, very one-sided.
Well, if you're right, but the whole purpose really for the indictment system was that some crimes the suspect shouldn't be alerted.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay? Because there may be a more continuing investigation process required. And
Right.
so they'll do things like, especially RICO and stuff of that nature.
Oh,
They'll
yeah.
get indictments, they're sealed secret indictments, and they'll proceed with an investigation. But normally that is part of the investigation. In this case, what this prosecutor did was kind of contrary to what you normally would see. Once that preliminary hearing is scheduled, it's if you've got a case, then you let the court question it because that's what the preliminary is, right? But he avoided it. And now they're arguing because they didn't follow the standard of Idaho law, which is in their constitution, you have to present a trial.
Mm-hmm.
And the grand jury is supposed to come back, and if they indict you, it's because you would likely be convicted in a trial. That's the standard. It isn't probable cause, which is what they used, right?
Yeah,
That's the argument that they're
they
making.
use it in a way so that to their advantage, basically, is what they did.
And Judge Judd says that's been the standard being used for longer than he's been a judge, the probable cause. So in other words, he's admitting that the court system has ignored Supreme Court law of his own state for the last 50 freaking years.
Well, that and then how outdated it is, that it's really nothing we should be using in this day and age because there are the means to go about doing what you said, not to alert and this and that. There are means to do it, but it's being used more than anything in a way that is
the standard of law
behooving. It's only helpful to the prosecution, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. And Josie says Bethany could have said anything on record that directly conflicts DM's statement. And if I'm betting, that's what I'm betting on. Dinky agreed. And I can say that does make some sense. Thank you, Josie. I appreciate that. 100%. But yeah, that's what we're talking about today, guys. For all of you that just jumped in, I got 308 awesome peeps in here. I appreciate you so very much. As to why, hi, Pammy B. Good to see you as well, Mrs. Kelly. Why we did not see a statement from Bethany Funke in the PCA. Basically, it's speculative theories that we all have as to why, possibly, because we really don't know. No problem.
I'm trying to find that paper. You know what I'm talking about with Richard
Frittanti. Yeah. I have it, Sarge, or actually, I can email it to you, Dago. I have it.
I have it up somewhere.
It's hard to find because they took it off the site.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine, Golf. I can throw it up. No big deal.
Oh, okay.
I think, especially some of you document gurus, if you look to see that the process, the timeline of the request for discovery, the discovery process itself, the hiring of the investigator, and then Bill Thomas running around the corner for his indictment. How close all of that shit was stacked together. So how long after the defense became aware of whatever Bethany said is in their statements, right? That Bill Thomas, knowing that stuff existed, right? Finally had to give it to the defense. Was that his trigger to then run to get an indictment? Because that's what it looks like to me.
Thank you, Mrs. Kelly.
It was used. Exactly.
CL says if she said she saw someone leaving out of the front door, that's conflicting to what the PCA says, but that Brady Giglio right after tells me that her statement was purposely left out. Oh, okay. Yeah.
And they're known for doing that in that town.
Yes. Yeah, because we just talked about that earlier. If you guys remember, we talked about when Ann Taylor was asking for the training records for certain officers, okay, that were involved in the case. It brought to effect that there was I believe it was an Idaho State trooper that was involved in a case before that involved a doctor. I think we all had looked into that at one point in time. And the way that was handled was something that was done before. Okay. So it's not like it's a surprise that they do these kinds of things. So
yeah, they withheld evidence to show the person.
Sorry. Yeah, no, I just wanted to throw that in there. That officer was present at the autopsy too.
Yes, absolutely.
Right, and this officer was part of a case where they withheld evidence that showed the individual was not guilty.
Yes.
And knew about it and lied about it over and over again.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Can you guys see that?
But don't ever question the police, because you can rest assured that these people can never
Exactly.
do anything inappropriate. They're all on the up and up. And if you think priests will be pedophiles, you're crazy too.
They're robots. They do nothing wrong ever.
Yeah. Right. Thank you, Clue. There we go. There's the document. Let me pull this down. That way you got more room for. Here we go.
I know this may come shocking to everybody, but I'm going to step off.
Okay.
I've got ribs in the crock pot and they're ready.
Oh, my.
Now I'm hungry.
Do your thing.
sorry.
I appreciate you coming up here. You can come back up if you need to, want to, should to.
Yeah.
whatever.
No, I love coming and talking and listening to seeing this stuff in the chat. It's wicked interesting. So, all right, everyone, be good. Cletus,
Yes, sir.
stay in line, because you step off the line, it can't be a safe thing to do. So,
Yeah, I'll have to do what my daddy tells me.
not too bad.
Thanks,
All
Bart.
right, see you, Golfy. See you there, Willie. And
call you.
Bye, man.
there you go.
Take care, brother.
Oh,
Thank
he
you
don't
for-
say bye to me. You see how he is?
Wait, I was going to save the best for last, but you ruined that. You
I'm just
ruined
saying.
that. Oh, if you hit 500 pounds, I already hashtag you 500-pound heifer.
Heck yeah. Heiferism.
We're good.
Well, then. All righty.
All right. See ya.
Enjoy your ribs, my friend. Thanks, Sarge. And thanks for putting that out there, Clue.
Yeah, I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm like a rat on amphetamines trying to figure this out.
I can't. Let me see. Certificate of an Idaho judge to secure the attendance of an out-of-state witness. There we go. Having considered it, you can read it because I can't see it.
Having considered the defendant's ex parte motion for certificate to secure the attendance of an out-of-state witness and the affidavit of Richard Batanti in support of said motion, and the court being otherwise fully advised herein. So this is then Megan Marshall going into, she's a magistrate, In this case, Brian Kober is charged with blah, blah.
Right.
It's all her saying this crap. But then number 6, under the laws of the state of Idaho, if Bethany Funke comes into the state in obedience of a summons requiring her presence at this hearing, she will not be subject to arrest or service of any process relating to matters that arose before she entered the state under the summons.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we talked about that before, that it was a few people had stated that they believed that it was just a blanket statement that would be protocol in a document like this. I don't know because I've never seen it.
My issue with that is all of this is not blanket statements. You
No,
have
you're
to
right.
type in Megan
Yes.
Marshall, I'm the
That's right.
judge. So it's like Bethany, and then Bethany Funke may be a material witness for the defendant in this case. This part is
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. It's if this was a blanket document per se, for lack of better terms, I don't think all the rest of this would be included in this. So that it made me wonder. Okay, when we talked about that before, why would they put that in there? And like, what is the basis of that? You know what I mean?
yeah.
Well,
then
And
that-
also add to that, arose before. What does that mean? Arose before.
yeah,
Well,
exactly.
Beforehand, yes, exactly.
Before she entered the state, relating to
Under-
matters that arose before she entered the state under the summons.
See,
Now
here-
that in itself is telling us something.
Something that happened before she left Idaho, or even before. I don't know if it was something that had to do with the murders or something that happened beforehand, that she had charges possibly held against her for then. I don't know what this is. It's hard to center in on what this means. Okay. It makes us think though a lot, I think.
I kind of see it, hearing it again and thinking about where I was at with it in my head before when we were talking about it. I really think I see it as a situation of they're saying that since she is a resident of Nevada and they're filing this in Nevada and asking her to come to Idaho, that even if there is something outstanding for her in Idaho, they're not going to act on it if she goes to Idaho for this.
Yeah.
Is kind of the way I see it, right?
And
Not really saying that there is something, but just saying that they're not going to come after her if she goes to Idaho for this.
Please come here and don't worry about anything you've done in the past. You'll be okay. We're not going to hold that against you. But it makes me wonder, though, Cletus, if that was it, if that's the case, I believe I'm in the same row with you on that. I am. But if that's the case, remembering what we heard about how scared, quote unquote, she supposedly was to come back to Idaho, you put that together with this and it makes you go, you know what I mean?
I do agree with
I'm
that.
in agreement with that.
I mean, what was she so worried about? And then to throw that in at the very end, I don't know. It's got me, I'm kind of out there with this one. I can't go either way at that point because it's definitely interesting.
It is conceivable that she is an informant,
right?
Because of what was written by Mr. Howard Bloom. Remember what he wrote?
Yeah.
That they turned these poor little kids into informants. So
right.
I don't necessarily think that it's a blanket statement because of the fact that why would they even include it into something like this? Into a document like this, like if somebody's like fully like never had any other than parking tickets or something, why would they include that, right? That's just doesn't really make any sense.
Right.
But I could be wrong. Obviously, it's just
CL says that if there was something there, that there would have been a warrant for arrest. That's which is what I was saying earlier, kind of CL. And we know that there's no warrant. But here's the thing, though: if there was something before. Okay, that she was kind of hiding from, in per se, we'll say it like that. But if that was there, maybe that was why she didn't want to come back here, and out of fear of something else possibly, and maybe they erased that or whatever, just to get her to come here to testify. In a sense, is what I'm saying. Maybe that's possible. I don't know. They've made deals with other people for different things in the past. We know that. Just to get a testimony from somebody or. Expunge something from the record or stuff like that is what I'm saying. I don't know if it's that scenario at this point. That's a good point, CL, too, though, because we haven't seen or heard anything about any kind of warrants or issues that she had. So I don't know. It just takes me back to that statement about her being.
We also don't know that there's not a connection between Brian and one of the surviving roommates, to be honest with you. Now, we know there's no connection to the victims, but they never said there was no connection to the surviving roommates.
And that's true. That's true. They could have very easily known the same people. They could have known each other somehow. It's never been talked about, but yeah, you're right. That's true too.
And someone, the chats are different, but someone said it might have something to do with not reporting that
I've heard that.
Like dead bodies there.
Yeah, I've heard that before. Yeah, but if that was the case, wouldn't Dylan be charged with the same thing?
Exactly.
I mean, you would think
especially
so,
if
right?
she's the one that called somebody from the outside into the house.
Yeah, but then that brings into question Dylan falls under a different umbrella because they're using Dylan as their witness, like the defense is not using Dylan because they know they're saying two different things, basically.
Gotcha.
That's why the warrant only went out for, or the warrant, this court document only went out for Bethany.
Yeah. Okay. I see what you're saying.
The whole thing's just odd.
The thing is, though, is that I've seen a lot of people that are saying about her being an informant. If she was an informant, she would know that she's not has nothing to fear by coming back here. She would know that she's protected by the state or the federally, whatever the situation would be. So that wouldn't be an issue, I wouldn't think. That's just me.
I don't think I agree to that, because if you look at the statement that was made in the article, the police and the prosecution, they don't really care about these kids. They throw them to the wolves, basically. So what she could be afraid of is we don't know what's hanging over her, in that case.
That's
I mean, if they don't give a shit about these witnesses and want to throw them to the wolves, why wouldn't they have told us at first that they had a witness named Dylan? Why'd they wait until long after to tell us that they had a witness? If they didn't care about throwing these kids to the wolves.
Right.
Well, that's basically a tactic I guess cops use. They don't want to give out too much information, right? That they're onto someone, just in case that someone disappears or
But at that point they wouldn't have known. So if they would interview Dylan, say her first, second interview, and she's telling the story that's in the PCA, right? I saw somebody, blah blah blah. Then, like most likely, what they do usually is put out a sketch. But instead, we got a stock image of a car, and we didn't even know they had a damn witness. We thought they were all sleeping, for Christ's sakes. And then all that changed one day, and that's what prompts me to believe that her story changed at some point.
Yeah.
I'm sorry for messing all that audio up. Go on, Willie.
I'm done, man. What's up, man?
You're fine, buddy.
Hi, Mr. Willie.
What's up, buddy?
How are you, Brian?
There you go. Clue. Everybody's here. Hi, Golf. Oh,
Hi.
thank God. Guys, what did you feel? Well, okay. First off, did any of you know that they were going to sneak in? Am I being very loud?
Oh, you
Not
sound
really.
good.
You're always loud.
Okay, Clue. Because it's you, I forgive that, but it's true. Did any of you have a clue that these people were going to be sneaking in around 5 o'clock under the thing of darkness? It so blew me away yesterday when I got the first shot. Like, you are fucking kidding me.
No,
You people are sneaking in dark. There's 200 kids right there in a apartment building sleeping.
I'll be honest with you, Brian. I did realize that. I said that yesterday when I was doing that stream, that I noticed they went in early as they possibly could. And it made me wonder if they were doing that to try to hurry up and get started just in case somehow or another somebody put an injunction through on it or something like that.
But did any of you know that they were going to do this? Sneak in under the cover of darkness? It's already sleazy enough as it is.
No, I thought it was going to be some kind of noon, 1 o'clock or something.
Me too, Dago. Oh, it broke my heart. It's like,
But I heard that they tore down certain areas of the home under, in darkness, and then
probably because of what you could have possibly seen on TV. Yeah, you know what I mean. They knew it was going to be. They knew it was going to be broadcasted by the news, and if you open the walls up to that house, you're going to see things. Period. And I think. Well,
let me ask you a question, Dago, because I watched everybody. I watched the people standing around debris. I watched the cops patrolling. I watched the guy in the bulldozer. My question to you is, if they, and this was their statement, that literally, even if a jury asked to go in that house, they would have to tell them no because it was such a biohazard. Why didn't one person have a mask on? Not even a surgical mask.
That's the question in the year, friend. We've all asked that question.
But really, they've never had any masks on at any time.
But that's fine. I mean, I can understand them not having masks on going in and out when, this happened. But after they're saying that they sprayed all this, I don't know what the hell they're saying, but they're saying the whole house was a biohazard. Why are you knocking down the house with civilians around and all that smoke and shit going in the air?
No,
and it's not an issue.
Any time I've ever seen a demolition done, there's dust. There's a lot of dust, and they will wear respirators. I've seen that from to keep from inhaling all that dust and dirt and everything.
And the asbestos that was there, remember?
Yeah, at the very minimum, and they didn't have anything, no protective gear that I saw at all.
I think the fork truck driver had a mask on.
Okay, well, that was the only one that I saw, and there were people standing right on the other side of the fence with nothing on. We saw them clearly.
Well, there's a picture of like a couple cops, or I don't know what the hell they are, but they're standing on the debris, looking around with nothing on, nothing at all.
Listen, I've been on demos before because they used to call us in to stand there and spray water to keep the dust out.
Yeah.
I've done that myself personally, and they didn't have anything like that. It was weird.
That's true.
Did you wear a mask, Dago?
We had to wear masks. We had to wear our Scott masks and the balaclava things. So
it's probably OSHA regulation too.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. By the way, Dago, I saw somebody put one of those. Like I saw somebody demonstrate one of those balaclavas. I don't think he had one of those on anymore because
of those what?
It's like a ski mask.
Balaclava. I thought it didn't cover your eyebrows, but from what I saw, When the guy demonstrated it, it definitely covers your eyebrows.
Oh yeah, definitely. Because it, like I said, we wore them in the fire service because you put that on, and then
Yeah.
you put on your tank, your mask, and then your helmet, and that's how we kept our faces protected and stuff like that.
Mhm.
So,
Yeah. So I
I'd be
guess,
on
like I said, it has to be
the-
narrowed down to a COVID mask, I'm assuming.
I would imagine
Sorry,
what I thought.
Ben.
That's what I've always thought because of you see this, unless you're just obviously the eyes have to be open for you to be able to see. So
Yeah.
this is what I imagined was this right here. Okay, so
Yeah.
So, do you agree that she could have seen the eyebrows?
I don't know.
Well, like
The lighting,
she could have with the COVID mask.
see, that's a good
Yeah,
reason.
definitely with
That's
the
a good reason why that house could have been left standing to demonstrate that scenario.
But then he has to with a COVID mask on. You figure he has to have like a beanie on or something, some kind of hat, because
Oh yeah, because they never did describe any kind of a hairstyle. So
no, yeah, long hair, short hair, nothing. But like I wear a beanie all day, so the way I have my beanie though, it covers half of my eyebrows. So he would have had to have his beanie above his eyebrows, then with his COVID mask. Yeah, I don't know, man. And then that mask not be ripped off during the act of the crime with those flimsy ass straps, they have on them.
Lily, my dear, why are you wearing little beanie masks?
No, I wear a beanie. I wear a beanie on my head, dude, because it's cold as shit here in PA.
What temperature is it?
Right now, it's like 40 something.
Oh,
I'm
hi,
gonna jump off.
Beyonce.
I'm going to jump off, Brian. Sorry. I'm going to jump off. I just wanted to say one thing I want to throw in before I leave. And that's to the point of what you were saying about the house, Willie,
Right.
earlier. And if the defense would, do something about it later on, perhaps. And I have to say, if you look at the filing that they did, when they say, no, go ahead and take it down, they added in specifically, I believe, that it doesn't even look like it was in its original state any longer. So there is no use to keeping it as is because it's already tampered with, right? Is what they put that statement in there, meaning that they can still do something about it in the future. They can
Okay,
still.
wait, say it again.
So if you look at the actual filing that the defense did on the house itself, or that email, it says go ahead and tear it down. I'm not, not verbatim, but in this vein, it's not in its original state any longer anyway. So there's no use keeping it because it's already been tampered with, basically.
Oh, destroyed.
Destroyed.
What is your accent?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm from Sweden originally.
From where?
I couldn't figure it out.
Yeah,
From
no, that's
where?
I just wanted to throw that in there, and I'm going to jump off and thank you.
Sweden, Brian.
no, thank you, Golf.
Thank
I always
you.
appreciate you doing-
Golf.
Have a great day.
Lead us.
Yes,
Willie
thank
and
you.
Brian.
Thank you again.
Bye.
Later.
Bye,
Later.
Golf.
So, Dago,
Yes, ma'am.
you said that you've been there and had to spray the water or whatever when
Oh
there's
yeah.
going to be dust and stuff.
Oh
So I have
yeah.
a question. I don't know, but would OSHA not have a huge problem with them doing that type of work in the darkness?
I mean, okay. So here's
But
my
they
thing.
do construction at night along the highway.
They
So
have, and they've done it early in the morning like that as well. But I don't know. Here's the difference with this. If this was a private situation, like a privately funded, privately set up by the college and or whoever, or even regardless of that, there should have still been certain permits that were put in place, and with permits, you have to follow certain laws, okay, and certain standards. So I don't know how things go in Idaho, but here in Ohio, it was an automatic, any demolition that was done, there had to be somebody running a fire hose basically to keep that dust level down, because when you demo something, that's a lot of dust, okay? And the people doing it themselves should not be breathing in, let alone people that are around it, okay? And it can travel. The dust will travel for a distance when it comes down a certain time. So I would imagine, because
Yeah, like the World Trade Center.
Here's the thing. Well, that was way, way worse than anything I was ever on. But yes, it's same scenario. OSHA was involved in this to begin with, which was one of the reasons I understood that it was being taken down. Okay, if that's the case, what's going on? You know what I mean? Did they let everybody? That's a good question, Mrs. Kelly. Did they let the whole neighborhood know this was going to be happening? Did they tell everybody, don't be out here at this time?
That's what I mean. Was there an air pollution warning? That's like where,
I don't know. I mean, it didn't look like it was that big of a deal. It was kind of a, when you watch it down, you don't see a whole lot of disruption or anything like that. They did it pretty slow and pretty easy. What's up, AR?
Hi, AR.
But still, there's gonna be some kind of dusting that's going to happen in some senses, and nobody that I saw in any of the videos I went and looked had any kind of protection on whatsoever. Not even one of these guys. Nobody was wearing masks. This is basically what I would call a COVID mask. Okay, nothing like that was being worn. There were no respirators being worn. There was
exactly
nothing.
So you can't tell me. Putting on an N95 mask on a jury member walking in there would have been toxic. My ass.
Just saying. Hey, Jesse. Good morning to you. And Dizzy, good to see you as well. And Jules is in the house. What's going on, Jules?
Hi, Jules.
Irish,
I love my Jules. Hey, you. I hope you're doing okay, kiddo.
And she said the same. Not one person wearing a mask. I agree.
I have a question, Digga. When during the Murdaugh trial, what did the jury go out and like? What was the one key? Like, what was the thing that they wanted to see? And do they have to like come together unanimously to go out to a crime scene, or does it just take one individual to want to see something?
I don't know that question, or the answer to that part of the question, and I don't know the other part because I didn't follow Murdaugh trial too closely.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know either.
Do you know any of that stuff, Clue?
No, I don't know if can half of them go and.
Yeah, I mean, I would imagine that. If somebody makes a request, that they would make everybody do it.
That's what I would think.
Yeah, I don't know.
Right.
How it works.
The visit, I just looked real quick. The visit was requested by Murdaugh's attorneys. So the jurors could see for themselves the layout of the property, including the kennels and the main house. They spent about half an hour on the property. The majority of it by the kennels where the bodies of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh were found.
Uh-huh.
And I mean, I will say this, as far as them knocking the house down, even if they didn't go inside, just to get like a view and vantage point of the exterior and the environment around it would have been, in my opinion, like hella useful. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Amen.
I think having the ability to do that is just critical. What's up?
It would, yeah, you're right. It would be even having the option to do something like that would be amazing. And in this case, we know that they don't.
Yeah, I mean, it's a shame that for whatever reason, because that's the big thing for me is U of I has not really stated what they're going to do with the property, just that it was time for it to come down. And it's like, look, you're a public entity, and you're just declaring, by God, right now is the time for this house to come down. Damn what anybody else thinks. We think it's time. We're going to take it down.
That's what I mean. It kind of makes you think like they have their jury already selected. Like, yeah, it's I don't know. It's odd, man.
No, but what I don't know. Maybe it's the therapist stuff in me. What were you folks feeling yesterday? Because it was a big feeling thing, and I don't know. The night before, I knew they were going to do it, but I didn't really believe they were going to do it. And then all of a sudden, they're doing it.
I think we all felt that way.
To me, it was anger, rage, confusion. It was this. Putin does this. We don't do this in America.
We were all blown away, Brian. When I came live yesterday, the first thing Clue said was, "I can't believe." The same thing we all said was like, "I just really can't believe they actually did it." So we were all kind of blown away, sad. It was a very sad day.
Okay, but you all were kind of like me, in that it really you kind of didn't really believe it was really going to happen, right? And then all of a sudden it's happening.
Right.
But then to me, I'm like asking myself, when it happened, I'm asking myself, why did I not really believe it was going to happen? And that was like very confusing to me when I first saw the first shot Under the Cover of Darkness, where they were really doing it. And it was like,
it was
why didn't we all believe it? They've told us for 10 days. Why did we all? Was that denial?
No, because we thought that the families would have maybe stepped in and followed some shit, but nothing.
Okay, Willie. Okay.
Yeah, I think
we all thought something was.
I think as loud of a voice as Steve has made himself have in this case, right? And to go out and speak out about this, I just, and listening to news reports, they even, made a plea to the U of I on Wednesday that, that now is not the time to do this. And it's like, but I mean, okay, making a plea to the U of I is not filing a motion in a court. And it's,
and Jules said,
Jules, I don't know what's up with that.
Before. Yeah, they have bluffed before on things. So, and again, I honestly thought something was going to come through like overnight on it, and that they would just be like,
from what I saw, this, I mean, I know Steve said, I know he went on and said to Ashley that it would, it shouldn't come down and blah, blah, blah. But I didn't really see them make a huge attempt to not have it come down. All I saw was a post about them going on some kind of cruise for 10 days. So
maybe they thought that because they spoke up and because the petition was out there and because they, as a family member, said something, that somebody would step in and stop it, which it didn't.
I never would have assumed that if I was one of the families, because to be quite blunt, it seems like they haven't given a shit about what these people want from the beginning.
I agree.
Sorry.
Language. I agree. You're
what
right.
A shocker. Our clue is blunt.
No,
that's what makes her magic.
Not even blunt. That's just being honest, bro.
Yeah, that's what makes her absolutely incredibly magic. That's the bluntness.
Your honesty from what we've seen in the past. So I agree.
No, it was neat though. You all helped me, Kate, because it hit you all the same way as me. Because yesterday was very confusing for me.
Listen, Brian, every show that was played yesterday, everybody that spoke yesterday on Twitter, on YouTube, on Facebook, everything I saw, everybody was shocked completely. Everybody was completely blown away over the same scenario. So
it's disgusting. It's Putin. We don't do this in America. And it's like, now what? So now what? Now what?
Now it's him or nobody.
And there is also another, Sherry just made a good point. The Chapin family was involved as well, and they were okay with it. They didn't argue the point. So maybe it was looked at in that sense that one of the families is okay.
Yeah.
But in the situation where
but Steve threw a little shade at, I'm not going to lie, Steve threw a little shade at the is it Chapman? Is that how you say it? Chapman family? Because I saw a message, I forget who he was writing to, but like I said, at the end, he said, I wasn't the one that was comfortable sending my kids back to, the university, kind of throwing shade at, the Chapman. So, yeah, I don't think Steve was happy at all that anybody was okay with that house coming down.
The statement that he put out, they put out as a family, I believe, exactly said that to me. They were definitely not happy.
I'm so glad Dago's head isn't on fire like an astronaut rocket. Look, the background is much better. Dago, do you know that for days we all laughed at the screen when you had that fire shooting up in the air? It looked like it was coming out of your head. And I had such a fun time clicking on it and just watching you shoot to the moon. You were like the space shuttle, but you were going down. But you were going down to China.
Things there, yes, absolutely. Molly said that what SG said to her yesterday when she talked to them got to me. He said, "I pray that we are wrong about keeping it for future evidence, because to be right is a far worse option." So I don't know. Take that for what it is.
Well, and in terms of him not filing anything, I listening to that Shannon Gray interview he did talking about, the amount of money it would take and the resources that, the families have and this and that. And it's like, I just feel like that is such a misconception that it takes
Right.
so much money to even start a court argument, because it doesn't have to be a battle, right? Like, at least file something. If you have a concern, file
motion.
something and go
Yeah,
have
a
your
motion
voice
at
heard.
least.
Have a hearing about it.
And try to buy time.
I mean, I agree. And like I said, it could be that maybe they thought that it was just a lost battle, that they couldn't win at any point because of everything that they've tried to do up to this point, and just said, piss on it. I'm done.
Well,
it's not going to do any good. So why do it? You know what I mean?
I think he sort of alludes to, and he doesn't allude to it. He says it, that the prosecution has told him that they've got this in the bag, right? No, don't worry. We've got it. And I think at some point of hearing that over and over and over again, he may have just accepted it, right? And it was like, okay, everybody thinks they've got this. Maybe it is time for me to back down, and maybe that is what he did. But it's a shame. It's a shame.
Oh no! In terms of the case, yesterday was rough. However, in my opinion, I think this is brilliant. The reality is, Ann and Brian and them, they have a money back guarantee for an appeal. That is the only reason why they would not object to the crime scene being taken down. It's strategic. It's brilliant down the road. But in terms of emotionally, yesterday was rough, but brilliant. There is no defense on the planet that would not fiercely object to your crime scene being taken away by a big crane or whatever that machine is. Okay, that's just ridiculous. So it was a very brilliant strategic on the defense. It's a total guarantee for appeal. It is. There is no one in this country. And you know what, you guys? I went to JLR yesterday.
But they were okay with it, Brian. See that? And this was my question earlier, but I guess it wasn't that important. Is okay. They agreed with the prosecution to take the house down. That means that they agreed that whatever this 3D shit that's rendered is going to be, they can't argue that because they agreed to have the house knocked down. That's why I asked if he was to hire new counsel, okay, that he now paid for, and those lawyers, that's not the lawyers that agreed to knock the house down. It's new. Now these are new lawyers. So my question was, can these new lawyers now fight everything that you're saying as far as, them knocking the house down and, him not having a fair trial, because these are new lawyers, not the ones that agreed with the prosecution.
Willie, there is no juror in America that is going to be okay with the crime scene being destroyed. It's a brilliant defense strategy, and it is a guarantee for an appeal. But what is really scary, in kind of a way, it kind of sounds like they absolutely do believe that he actually is going to get convicted on this round.
That's right. Okay. That's how I feel too.
So then they are now like moving on, saying, okay, look, if he's going to get convicted, we got to F everything that we can up so that we can get an appeal. I don't know anything more better. I hate that. That's really not how I speak, than to destroy a murder scene.
Eddie has said that. Eddie said that a long time ago, not in those same words, but he said the same thing in essence a long time ago. He came up here.
It's brilliant. It's brilliant. And there's no way it won't work. Very possible.
And it could be. It could be.
Absolutely. Come up with a reason why you would not seriously object to the crime scene being. It's on purpose. It's planned. It's strategic.
It's very possible. Yeah. And like I said, Willie, just so you know, like your question. No, I knew what you were saying, bud. The thing is I basically, when I said that they would say it was shit out of luck, there's nothing anybody could do about it. So therefore,
but Brian just said about appealing. So like, if his lawyers right now agreed with the prosecution that they're not going to, bitch about the house being knocked down and bring anything up, and then bring appeals later on because they agreed to it. What if he hires new counsel that his new counsel didn't agree to it? They're now taking his case on, and
So I gotta say, I kind of respectfully, Brian, disagree with the statement of no juror in America, because we got to remember this thing is going to be tried in Latah County, Moscow, Idaho. And it seems like the majority of the people there
Let's hope
wanted
not.
this house gone.
Well, I think the
Right.
majority of the people there want whatever the U of I tells them they want.
Exactly. Well, that's what I
Yeah,
mean, right?
yeah.
Yeah,
So-
because they need to buy food.
So they're not going to find, in my opinion, fault in. They're not going to find a fault in the university knocking down the
Sorry,
house.
guys. That's how my brain works. What can I tell you all? Okay, come on.
Oh, God almighty, that's funny.
Wait, new court date 1/26/24. What is that?
I'm looking right now. Hold
Oh,
on.
good. Tell me
That's
tell me
what,
what's next.
I think
Don't
that's
tell
what
me they're
Drunk
blowing
Turkey-
up
Oh,
something
yeah.
else.
Drunk Turkey
Yeah.
said that
Yeah.
forever ago.
Tell
Yeah,
me
he
about
said,
the,
Daniel said the other day when he was in here that we were going to be seeing that. Jules, where did you find that? Because I don't see anything new in documents yet. Or is it on Twitter? Hey,
I think
Popper, what's
Daniel
up?
said it on his live. I think.
Yeah, he said
was
by
reading
maybe
something.
Monday, didn't he?
Yeah.
Well, no, but on his live that night, he
He
said
gave
he
that
was
court
reading
date.
something and gave that court date on there that night.
Oh, okay. Where did we get that from?
I
Is
don't
there a
know where he got
document
it.
yet, you know, or
I haven't seen it.
is there a document, Jules, that you've seen so far?
Yo, Cletus, I was going around different lives today, a couple that I go into, and I just miraculously went into one, and I saw our buddy on a panel. I heard our buddy on a panel.
Oh,
What?
really?
Dude, I was dying laughing. Like,
Nice.
the most hypocritical shit you could ever think of was coming out, and I was just dying.
That's funny.
I think Drunk Turkey probably has an in with the Gonzalez's.
Maybe possible, yeah.
Maybe.
Then you're
I mean,
okay.
Christy's been on his show, hasn't she? Somebody said that Christy was on there or something.
Yeah,
He
she was
talked to
on
her.
her.
So
he did
yeah,
an interview with her.
and you know they're gonna know info before anybody else, the actual family. So
Yeah.
maybe it also could be like I told Cletus, you can call if you want to Latah County, even though they don't put the paper on the website, they can tell you if something's been filed.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Clue. This is
Right.
funny. This happened with Scarlett on Kylie like 2 years ago. All this stuff like calling, I would be petrified. I would never call a corrupt police department. I'd be afraid they'd send the FBI after me. They're corrupt. Have you ever called any of these people? Would you call
I've sent emails. I'm not, but I mean, come for me.
you would
I have enough lead in this
you
house. You won't find
Willie,
me.
have you ever emailed any of these corrupt people? Willie, have you
What?
emailed them? Willie just shuts down when I'm running my mouth after last week.
I didn't know. Yeah, I didn't know what was going on. My bad. What's up?
No, you just shut me down.
No, I
That's-
didn't, dude. Listen, I didn't.
No,
Thought you were
it's
talking. I thought you were
fine.
talking. I thought you were talking to Clue. My bad. What's up,
It's fine. It's
dude? I'm
cute.
high
I
half the
love
time.
it.
Don't come
I
on. You
know,
gotta give
and
me.
I'm
You gotta give me
good,
some rope
and
here,
I'm
bro.
drinking. We're all good.
Dude, you know I don't know what's going on half the time. So what happened?
Shit, I forgot the question.
You see what I mean? Well, you know, shame on you.
Shame
He
on
asked
me.
if
You're
you-
right.
he
You're
asked-
you're high as hell and I'm drinking. And Clue and Beyonce are being good at the daytime game. You guys aren't drinking. Dago, how are you doing?
No, but I'm okay.
Dago, you're sober.
Yes, I'm
Hey,
always
wait.
sober. That doesn't mean I'm
Beyonce
straight,
and
though.
Clue, what is your
I'm always
state of
sober too.
mind?
It's prescribed.
Hmm?
Oh, that's a good answer, Willie. Okay,
What
Clue
now?
and Beyonce,
True.
what is the status of you? I want a full report right now. Toxicology is on the way. I'm sending them to your house.
We don't do
What is
nothing
your-
but alcohol. Like you could sanitize
Right.
shit in my stomach, but that's it.
Hey, listen. They said they came out and said marijuana kills cancer. So I'm killing cancer.
That's right. I agree with you. That you're on a mission.
They came out and said it. I didn't say it.
No,
You know?
I agree with you. It's great.
If I grew my own, I'd smoke. But I mean, I'm not trusting nobody. That's some.
Well, I
crazy-
trust a dispensary. What are they gonna do? Kill you?
I
I
mean,
mean,
you never know.
I
You know?
have the
Listen,
evidence.
What's funny is I went into these joints, and you know, like the people, like you know, when you meet older people in these dispensaries that are in the waiting room, they're completely different than meeting like older people in like a hospital waiting room. You know what I mean? So like, there was like this 85, 90-year-old woman there, and I just asked her. I was like, you know, I asked her how long ago she started smoking, and only like a year ago. And I asked her first time because I've always just tried to imagine like a 90-year-old woman sitting down for her first time. packing up a bong,
Getting high as hell.
sitting there watching like, a freaking auction show or something like that,
The
losing her
Golden
shit,
Girls.
And she was cool, man. She was telling me like she was, all her pain went away, but she told me she was flipping out for like 6 hours. I was dying laughing. Oh, shit.
That's just funny.
I wish my grandmother was that cool. Shit.
Hey, that's just funny.
Well, there is the document. It was posted on Jules on her community page.
Is this a new one?
January 26th of 2024 at 11 a.m.
It is a new one. Uh-oh.
That's for
Oh,
the
boy.
dismissal, right? Or the
Now what are they up to?
To hear the argument pertaining to the sealed order denying motion to dismiss indictment on grounds of bias, grand jury, inadmissible evidence, lack of sufficient evidence.
Who is this written by, Dago?
Prosecutorial misconduct. This was.
Wait, no, that's not her signature. Who is this written by?
That's the state.
That's the state, yeah.
No, wait. Okay, but is it is it the bald guy? That's not Ann's signature.
No, that was signed. That's signed by Judge. See it?
That idiot. Okay, go on. I'm sorry, Dago.
Anyway, thank you, Jules, for letting me know that. That's on. She had it on her community page, guys. If you want to
need to know the author, guys. It's important. Okay, I'm sorry, Dago. I shut up now.
That's all right. That's like January.
I don't believe that.
6th. We'll be checking that out for sure.
Really, leave me alone.
I wonder if this is going to be broadcast through the court's YouTube channel at this point. Now, thank you, Brandy.
I would think since it's a hearing on a sealed order, it may not even be open to the public. You know what I mean? I'm kind of thinking it may be closed door.
Motion to reconsider or for permission to appeal. Okay. And the state's motion for scheduling order as well. There we go. Thank you, Jules, once again.
Now, in every single case, do people follow every single document drop like this, Dago?
No.
Oh.
I never have. Not in this case. I've showed every
big cases.
Every document that's dropped on this one, but
because I thought
that's a really good question, Willie. And actually, no. The answer is no. That's a good question. This is the only one where we I'm a young duck to the true crime shit. I just people are going absolutely ape shit over this case, and this is my first time. This is my first case in the true crime, so I thought all the major cases that are on the news, people are somewhere digging into this, but I keep seeing this shit everywhere, and it's like, hasn't anything else new happened? Like, geez.
Yeah, that young pregnant mom and her boyfriend just got killed in the car in the Kia Optima.
Yeah, that's what I just saw as well. There's a lot of other stuff going on. I've covered some other stuff as well, but
I remember around when this happened,
huge. That one's going to be huge. The Clue, what's her name? The 20-year-old
Savannah.
Yeah, that one's going to blow up huge. That one's going to be really big.
I think Matthew or something.
Dago, I don't know if you remember around when this happened in Idaho, but I don't know if it was weeks after his arrest or weeks after this happened, but I believe there was a family of 5 or 6, and they were all taken out to the road, and it happened by the cartel.
We looked at
by the cartel, and literally it was brought up one time, and that's it.
Well, I mean, they knew who did it, and it was done. I mean, it was.
They did.
They went missing first, and then they found them, and that was where it got sad. And,
so they caught the people.
From what I understand, they know. I don't know if they caught the people, but they knew what it was about and why it happened.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I thought they. Yeah, that was disturbing.
I don't know. I think the investigation might still be active, but
gotcha.
I think that's.
But you know what I mean. It's not viral like all this.
And I think the reason this one is because, quite honestly, the PCA, right? Because if you think back to when before they actually made an arrest, there was a lot of racket about this case and the situation. But think about how much more has happened. Think about how many channels have started since January 5th or whatever, right? Since the arraignment. And it's because the PCA and the things that are going on just don't make sense to
a lot of the
people.
channels that are out here came here because of this case. So
Yeah, and I'm like so glad, but you don't understand how glad I am now that people are finally seeing what like I saw, because I used to get shit everywhere I went. Everywhere I went, I would, say shit down in the chat. And they'd kick me out. I mean, everywhere. And then I left for 4 or 5 months. I came back, and then now everybody's allowed to, have that opinion. So something changed, like you said, in that 4 or 5 months where shit came out, and everybody, in my opinion, it seemed like everybody was like, nah, screw this. This isn't right. But at first, everybody was hanging them. Like they didn't.
You know what? That's a problem to me, for real. Like I remember when I
still
started,
can't go in a bunch of rooms because I'm kicked. Like I
started on this case, and it was like people would come in and they'd be like, "Oh my gosh, like this chick is talking mad suspicion about the roommates. Thank God." And it's like, I don't know why you can't voice your opinion anywhere you go. It's your opinion, right or wrong. It's yours.
Right.
Exactly.
That's
but like I got kicked, but like I would get kicked. I mean, if I went in and I said anything, because I'd go in and say, I don't know, the roommate waited 8 hours, it's sus, and then bang, kicked. But then these same rooms now are, saying the same shit that I was saying back then, and it's like, wait, now it's okay.
Well,
so it's just
people have changed channels on this really like multiple times. Like you said, in the very beginning when they arrested him, I was right there with like, hang his ass, let's do this. Good. I'm glad they got somebody.
Yeah.
Until we read the PCA and everybody went,
it's sad, Annie.
Wait a minute. You know what I mean? So
it's kind of
I'm glad. Like I'm glad I'm not the only one, because
I was suspect from the beginning.
I thought I was going crazy.
PCA.
No,
like I really
not crazy, Willie. It's interesting though, because like I'm old school here, so I kind of knew better because you're new. In the beginning, I couldn't bring up drugs. I couldn't bring up Xana. I couldn't bring up corrupt cops. The difference between you and me was I knew I couldn't. Okay, whereas you were saying the same thing I was thinking and feeling, but I knew that they would all freak out on me.
Yeah.
But that's just because I've been on YouTube for a longer time than you. And now it's totally open. You are out of your mind. If you
but remember, they love me.
If you think I could say something about Xana's mom a year ago, ooh, you're wrong.
Yeah,
I would get banned.
Exactly.
I would get banned. Yeah. But I knew I couldn't. And I knew I couldn't use the word drugs. Okay, and I knew I couldn't say I think that they're dealing. I knew. And now look at where we are.
Yeah.
I just said it. Nobody banned me.
I mean, there's a whole Facebook group now, and they go wild in there, like 10 times crazier. Not any of us would, all of us say. So it got crazy over those 4 or 5 months, and then when I came back, it was like, holy shit, what happened?
It did blow up a lot more. Like I said, there was a whole lot of people that appeared out of nowhere that as soon as this case popped, you know what I mean? I mean, there was a bunch of us that were here that were covering like Summer Wells before that were covering the Delphi case before that. And the Kylie Rodney scenario.
Kylie was huge. Yeah.
Kylie was the one that was big before this one that I was.
Yeah. And
that I went from Summer Wells to that one.
Debbie Collier.
Deborah Collier. I'm still not happy with the outcome of Deborah Collier's case. I'm very unhappy with that. But
clinically from day one, I absolutely believed it was suicide. Oops. I believed it was whatever. Totally. I think she was hearing command hallucinations. Hi, Riddler.
Hi there.
Is he up here?
Calm Riddler.
What up, Rids?
What's up, buddy?
I was going to.
You gotta turn your mic up, buddy.
Can you hear me better there?
There you are.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you for having me up here. And how's everybody doing?
Thank you for coming up.
Always good to have you, buddy. Always good to have you.
I believe it was the OJ trial that Marsha Clark, she was the prosecuting attorney. She requested the jury to go to the house because she wanted to see how, she said, pictures will not do it justice. I want you to see how narrow this walkway is.
Right.
And there's also that guy I was here in Florida, Cruz, who did the shooting at the school.
Yeah.
Parkland. Unbelievable.
So they went there. They want the jury to go there, and they could see the bullet holes.
Yeah.
And so that made a lasting impression. Now, I served as a foreman on a jury, and we had to request some evidence, and we wrote a note. As the foreman, I had to write the note. I knocked on the door. The bailiff was right there. I handed him that note. He carried it to the judge. We couldn't hear, the door shut. They bring it back to us, and here's the evidence. It was a pistol in this case. And but as far as usually it's started by either the prosecution or the defense that wants to send the jury. I don't know if a juror or the foreman can request to go to see the site. And if you do, and I can remember when I was on the jury, we were told quite a few things. You can't talk amongst each other.
Yeah.
All that. Another one was we were not allowed to go to the site of the crime.
We're not allowed.
You weren't allowed to go on your own, like
Right.
without.
Right. And the only way we could go was with the judge's permission.
Right.
And they would throw us all in a van.
Yeah, exactly. With security, with watching everything you're doing and all that
Right.
stuff. Right. And I believe that if it was the way it would work is if a juror wanted to go to the scene, then they had to go to the foreman and say, hey, this is what I need to do or want to do.
Right.
Then they discuss that with the judge and then they make arrangements. So yeah.
Right. And so they give you, we couldn't talk with each other as a juror about the trial until the final, when both sides had
deliberation. Right.
Yeah. And they have given their final statements. And, they tell you don't watch TV, don't listen to the radio, don't read the newspaper.
Yeah, you can't watch the news or nothing.
You got a whole bunch that don't talk about this with your family or your friends.
Yep.
Blah, blah, blah. So there's plenty of restrictions. Now, one of the things I was told that if a juror does go to the site, kind of ruins it. They can't do their own experiments.
Right.
So, I would want to go in there and say, "Hey, Willie, go up on the third floor and scream."
Yeah.
And I want Cluminati and Brian to go down where Bethany would be, and I want David, I want you to go over here, and I'm going to go on the outside, and I'm going to see what they would have heard from that. Anybody on the outside could hear.
Take care, Canal. Right, I agree.
Riddler, may I ask you a question? Yes. Today in 2023. Do you authentically believe that it is the way it was 30 years ago with jurors? I mean, these people have to go on their cell phones to exist. So the truth is, unless you sequester them, steal their cell phones, do you really believe that
I was going to ask that.
What they did?
It's the same thing it was back when I went on. We used the television for our news and we read newspapers. I mean, if you just want to see how the weather was going to be. So if you're told not to do it. Now, whether a juror does it, they can, and just know they're not going to find out.
Right.
No, but back then they locked them up in hotel rooms.
Well, I didn't stay locked up in a hotel room. I stayed.
Back then, no, they sequestered them.
It depends on where you live, I think, too, doesn't it?
Well, I can just tell you, it's very rare where I'm at that they'll sequester you. You go back home.
We put an air tag in your ass.
We came in at 8 o'clock in the morning. We went home. Yeah, we went at 8 o'clock in the morning. We got off around 3 to 4 every afternoon, and we went back home. We got a lunch break. So, ours wasn't that strong. Ours was a police officer who was shot, and we got to watch it on video.
I got a question for you, Riddler.
Well, these people can't even sneak and go back to the crime scene. They try to go to it and be like, where the hell did it go?
You know what? He's right. If I think back on this, of any trials that we've seen or heard about, I don't think they have had anybody walk through the inside of a home after like a year later or more, depending on how long a trial took. It's all been outside stuff. I don't think I have seen anybody do that.
Well, Riddler, my question for you is about since you were the foreman of a jury, what, in terms of the questionnaire, right? The jury questionnaire, what kind of questions did they ask you?
One of the questions was, are you kin? Do you have any relatives that work for the public defender's office, state attorney's office? Do you know anybody? They showed the two defendants. I wouldn't know them. Even today, I can't remember their names. Do you know any of these gentlemen? Do you have anybody that works at the police department? It was those type questions. And another question he asked me was, he goes, this is what the PCA reads. My clients, there's two of them there, and there's two lawyers for them, one for each, were arrested for this, and this, that. They had about 7 or 8 charges. He goes, are they innocent or guilty? And I said, they're innocent. He goes, what? And this is a defense lawyer asking me. And he goes, why are they innocent? I said, because they haven't been tried by a jury of their peers. He goes, thank you. Well, that stupid answer got me put right on the jury duty. And I was the only male on there. Now, here's the kicker. I have a relative at that time was chief of homicide for the state attorney's office. And I divulged that. I said, yes, I have a relative that works for the state attorney's office. And they said, who was it? And I gave the name. And I said, I also officiate the Florida Bar Association flag football games.
Mm-hmm.
And you got judges and you got bailiffs. It's everybody involved in the court scene that play out their flag football. I still got picked, and definitely the state wanted me on there, and definitely the defense wanted me on there. And I was the only male on the jury.
Damn. I told them I was out on bail. They told me I can go home.
Well, that's what I figure. I mean, yeah, everybody said you ain't going to make it on this one. Now, other ones I go to, as soon as I show up, they say you can leave.
Yeah. Now, well, let me ask you a question, Riddler. Now, if you were on this jury here, what's something you would need to see? Like, what's a key piece that, just kind of basing on what they have so far, what would you need to see here to shoot this man?
They're going to have to show me the evidence that puts him inside that house. And I think the only thing is the cast. The touch DNA, I'm military. They don't use it in the military. Your DNA is places you've never even been. So I'm not going to look at any of the DNA. I'm going to disregard that. That's the only thing I can think of that I know of so far that they've got could show would be the cast. Was he in the house? He's got to be in the house to commit these crimes.
Mm-hmm.
If they say, well, we got him up to the back porch. Okay, you got trespassing, maybe.
Yeah.
Okay, we got him circling around. Okay, I see other people out there circling around.
Yeah.
So,
a lot.
Right. For me to see that guy get hit by 4 shooters with 30-30s coming at him, they're going to have a slam dunk case on this, on the DP side. Now, he could still be guilty and not get the DP. But I'm going to tell you, in most of these cases where there's massive, meaning more than 1 or 2, you're going to see the jury usually goes with the DP. I'm just afraid the guy right now I don't know who's going to be on that jury. I don't know what the Democrats are, and that makes
right there. You all are missing it. Brian has 40-foot arms. He can kill 4 people on 2 different floors while he's driving around the neighborhood. I mean, what is wrong with you all? Come on.
And I agree with you on that one. I'm saying too, Riddler, I don't see how they're going to find a non-biased jury. I don't see how they're going to put together a jury that is non-biased at this point, based on
change the venue.
Everything we've seen. Well, they can change the venue all they want to. They're
you
still
know what? Dago,
Why?
I thought the same thing until I watched.
I asked a bunch of people.
I watched this news thing, and this one girl from Pullman, right, Washington State, she was like talking about how it's a little more, there's a little more comfort now because there is a suspect. But then she kind of threw me for a loop because now this is a college girl, young, right? Okay. She said, but at the same time, he hasn't had a trial yet, so we don't really know if he's guilty. And that blew my mind.
Oh, damn.
That kind of, damn. Well, that's good then. That's good then.
Right.
There's enough people out there that are like that, then
Well, and
Good.
if you look at what if Jay Loxton said is true about 6 of the grand jurors wanting more info, they could just not be totally as biased as we think they're going to be. You know what I
Okay.
mean?
Yeah.
Well, and it could be a situation too, like where they're them going after the death penalty could impact the jury, right? In terms of how, I mean, I can't imagine. I know it would be a harder situation for me if I'm a jury member to convict somebody, knowing that if I convict them, they're facing the death penalty, as it would be if I convict them, they're going to spend life in prison. You know what I
And
mean?
a firing squad, like what they said.
Well, I mean, honestly, the manner doesn't really matter to me. I mean, you're going to go one way or the other if I convict you, or you're going to spend life in prison.
Yeah,
Like,
but we're men. We don't give a shit. Like women, that's what I'm saying. The defense can pull on those heartstrings.
Don't care
Clue,
about what.
get him. Clue, get Willie. Go now. Hit it.
What? Hold on. Say that again,
After-
Willie.
What?
I knew she would come. Hit it, Clue. I'll shut up. Hit it.
He said men don't care about the
Listen,
type.
women have more empathy than men. It's a proven fact.
I must not be a
think
regular
is gonna-
woman.
Hi, Doc.
No. You, like I said, you don't give a shit, and that's why I like watching you guys, because you don't give a fuck. Excuse my language. But
But
most,
empathy
you know
is
what I mean.
You're an interesting and complicated person, dude. You are.
Like I was in the cemetery business for over 10 years, and
Oh,
women
God. Now I'm scared of him.
women make like 160% of what men make in that industry. No, it's not like the funeral business, Brian. It's the cemetery industry, and women make like, I don't know if it was, I don't know what they said, but it's way more than what men make, because when a family comes in, women have a lot more empathy. Talking with the family about losing somebody or blah blah blah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Than men do. So that's all I'm saying. A majority. I'm not saying everybody. Okay, relax.
You know what? I don't know what the term for this is. And I think some of you might be able to do this. Here's what I think is going to really happen. Okay, just in my opinion, the judge is a wussy. Okay, he's not able to like overtly declare a mistrial. Okay, he's not going to be able to do that. Public sentiment is not going to be able to take a plea deal. Okay, the world will go nuts. What is the term for it? When all the evidence, Jules, you will know this. Jules, you will know the answer. Where this judge is conservative, so he is going to have trouble with the chain of custody tape all over the window, idiots going in and out, not even wiping their shoes, them playing movers for a day. Okay, I think he is absolutely not going to admit tons of the silliness. What is the term though when that happens? Like, if you run out of stuff to present to a jury because the judge won't let it in the case, what is the word for that, Jules? There's got to be a legal term. It's
Say
not
that
mistrial.
again, Brian. Say that one more time.
But he doesn't have nuts to go mistrial or dismiss. Okay, that's not going to work. But what would the word be when he's not going to admit any of the stupidity? He's not going to admit any of the stupidity. And he's not going to be okay with playing U-Haul at Mover for a Day, Daddy, go to your class and say, my daddy is a mover. That's not going to fly with this dude. He's conservative. He's not going to be okay with them using the goddamn chain of custody tapes like Christmas decorations, piling them up on the door. But I don't know. Hi, Elliot. What is the word for this?
Thank you, Elliot. He says, I'm a criminal defense student. During a criminal trial, the jury is usually only sequestered during sensitive trials, violence risk expected to last. Alfred plea. Sarah said Alfred plea.
Brian, Alfred plea is what I think that's what you're talking about, an Alfred plea.
I've heard.
What does that mean, Clue? There's got to be a term for it.
Do you know what the term is for that one?
So from what I gather, it's like when it's done through it was a case, right? But it's for sentencing, allows for sentencing a defendant who maintains their innocence. It means an Alfred type guilty plea means the defendant decided it would be better to take a known sentence than take their chances at a criminal trial.
Yeah.
So basically, I mean, it's pretty much like I maintain I'm innocent.
So
but
is
I
it like
know,
a no contest?
I didn't do it, but I'd rather not take it to trial.
right? I didn't. Right.
Okay, so that's like no contest.
Yeah, but in a no contest situation, you're basically admitting guilt, and the judge takes whatever he does and makes it what it is. Elliot says that an Alford plea is the same as a plea of no. Okay, then there it is. Plea of no contest, meaning you don't have enough evidence to prove that the state is wrong about you being guilty. Hence, no contest, not contesting. Thank you, Elliot.
Okay, so then what happens? He just goes to jail, Elliot? I mean, like,
well, he would get probably a prison sentence instead of the death penalty. Like they would plea it down.
Right.
I can't imagine a situation. I can't see a situation where that would be an outcome where he would plead no contest, because in my opinion, just me looking at it, I think they've got the uphill battle, not him. And quite frankly, I think it's because
and I think he knows that.
Even if he does officially file an alibi saying he was driving around, that's still probably the smartest thing he could do, because their job is to shoot him down, and they can't because they're already saying he was driving around.
Well, that's why I said I think if they had that damning evidence, just in my opinion, from knowing the dude from school and talking to the people that knew him, if he did this, his ass would have pled if it would save his life. Like, this wasn't like a suicidal dude that doesn't just wants to die. Like it's not who Brian.
That's a question too, really. That's something I've wondered too. Is he so sure of himself that is that why he stood silent? Because he knows for a fact if he would have done something like this, of course we have to talk to somebody that knows him. Would he have pled out on this, or would he have just, kept it the way it is?
I don't think that they could.
Well, remember all the people that knew him that I know, he left in 2013. So after 2013, the only individuals that he, interacted with was people from, his colleges. So, and again, I don't know what changed from 2013 until, all this shit went down. But I'm assuming because of the timeline, he got clean and he stopped, reaching out to those people that he was doing drugs with and blah, blah, blah. And that's what I'm saying. Like, to do all that, to work your whole life to get where you're at, and then just throw it all away. And if you if you know the system so well, everything, you're studying all this, and you choose a random house to do this at. My question is, why would you choose to do it in a state that has the death penalty, where he could have chose to do it in the state that he was residing in at the time? And
that doesn't have the death penalty.
Exactly. So if he didn't give a shit about, if it wasn't a targeted attack, no connection, no motive, whatever, and he just chose a random house, if he knows the law, obviously he does, why wouldn't he have chose a house in his state to do this and then not get, the death penalty and all this?
Because he didn't kill anybody, Willie.
I know. Well, that's what I mean. That's what I'm getting at. Like, it's because people say he's so smart and he got no blood anywhere because he did this and did that and scrambled phones and did all this shit. But yet he's driving his murder vehicle across the country, using his own cell phone, doing all this, kindergarten shit. That, that's where you learn it, basically, in those courses. Makes no sense to me. So yeah, I think something's wrong here, and I think. The evidence can point to somebody else stronger than it could Brian, and they choose not to. They chose not to look that way. That's why you have unidentified DNAs right now.
Talking about a plea deal.
I think they were cops. I think those DNA cops. They're sitting here treating us like idiots. We have not tested that. Well, does DNA come in pink and blue? You're sitting here telling us 3 male, so that means you messed around with it, doesn't it?
Well, yeah, they did mess around with it, but people said that. Because it's the X or I don't know what it is, something with the chromosomes, they can tell pretty easily with some kind of test. But that's what I'm saying. If you did enough to test that,
so don't be telling us you didn't test.
That's what I mean. If you did enough to at least identify the sex, you can't tell me you couldn't build a goddamn tree like it built, for Brian on these other 3 DNAs. I'm sorry, you can't. And I don't know how you're going to tell a jury that, because if you tell me that shit, we're gonna have an issue.
Thank you. That's what
Real
I'm
quick,
saying.
the definition of the Alford plea is that may be entered by a defendant who has been charged with a crime. In entering an Alford plea, the individual essentially enters a plea of guilty while maintaining a claim of innocence. In such a case, the defendant is admitting that whatever evidence the prosecution has is likely to convince the court that he is guilty. To explore this concept, consider the following Alford plea definition.
I got cheese balls.
Okay. A plea of guilty that is made while the defendant
She
maintains
is
her.
just so cute. She's just
Welcome, Vic.
Clue, I just
Hello.
adore you.
Hi.
She's got cheese balls.
Just
Is Vic up here? Hey, Vic.
cheese balls. Yes, hello. Hi. Hello, Willie. How are
Hello.
you?
How are you?
Hello. I'm good. No, I was gonna put my two. It was just a thought, to
Yeah.
keep it human a little bit. You know how when people kind of get their knickers not in a knot, but it's
Yes.
almost as though when they're onto something, like, yeah, but when somebody gives up something, say for instance they've given up smoking and you're behind someone in a bank queue. Remember those days when you queued
Yes.
in a bank? Sorry. And the person in front of you stinks of fags and you've given up smoking and it just occurred to me that could he have got that obsessed that he watched what was going on, what kind of affected him 10 years prior in his sort of early 20s, say, because by now he's like 29, I think.
Yeah.
And he's only just come to this wonderful place and he's trying to get in on I think that application really fascinates me. So he really, it seems, wants to turn from, I don't know, the Riddler to Batman. No one, sorry, Riddler. No, I'm not. It's almost as though he wanted to absolutely, not only within himself, but could see that he would change the world by knowing how it would be a wonderful place if everybody could stop doing that shit, And so, I don't know, there are lots of people around that just go around trying to be, changing the world and wanting to do good, and maybe his addiction afflicted him that much. I'm giving this guy a lot of credit. Come on, I'm not. I know we're all. None of us are kind of faultless, but I'm thinking, what if it obsessed him that much, and it just got on everyone's nerves? It just got on everyone's nerves, and there was a big thing going down. It's like, yeah, let's just blame it on him. Let's just get him. He's a nuisance. He's always around. I don't know. Well, I said it was a quick thought. That's why I jumped on. I weren't saying it had any merit, to be honest. But imagine that you've had something that affects you so much that you feel that you can help a community that's going down the pan the way you were. And I'm still convinced that this was like no one's changed my mind yet. I really do feel that this was a way of getting it through. I don't think the kids were involved. I think it was you've got to hold it. You've got to hold that there and you'll be all right. And the police were in on it, and I'm all about that. And I'm probably going to get a knock on my door or something, but it's a bit sinister, isn't it? But I do believe that he was a good guy. I don't know. I don't see what everyone else or a lot of people see. Anyway, I've been talking ages, but I only wanted to, and it's good to see you all. Happy Christmas, etc. I've gone again. Hello?
No, you're here. I hear you fine.
Oh, I am.
Can the
Yeah.
others hear us?
I can.
Okay.
Okay. But I mean, I'm putting a
Can you guys hear
proper
me okay?
halo around
Okay.
it.
You dig it.
All right. Sorry. All right. Was there anybody that was?
No, now I'm allowed to interrupt with this. Mrs. Kelly. And I don't know, I'm kind of scared of this, but love you to death. You're wildly bright. Did your son? What is your avatar? I'm sorry to ask, but
A
it made me
Marine?
wonder.
A Marine?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
But
a
then I
Marine.
got scared that it was her son. Miss Kelly, was that your son?
Or is that?
Okay, that's fair. I know it's a total distraction, but I've got everything kind of set up really good now. I got chat, I got you guys, and I saw it. It's been a rough 2 months, guys.
I did get it, by the way, just to read something to you guys. Sorry, Brian, real quick. I got an email that says that Bethany appeared at the grand jury, maybe by Zoom, but she testified. She likely turned on the guilty parties. Allegedly, however, they pulled her plea deal because both were caught lying. They are digging through rubble now outside. I don't know. Somebody sent me an email about that. So anyway, I was just reading it. Where are we at here?
You know, those grand juries have too much power.
Oh yeah.
You know, we're taught in schools when we took civics and all these other freedom documents that we read that the Constitution is there to protect the citizens against a very powerful government, a very rich government. And all of a sudden, we had a lady on one of the other channels I was on, and I got to interview her. She was a grand jurist, and you do not have the right to remain silent.
Thank you, Ashley.
Any question they ask you, you have to provide an answer. But everything is one-sided because it's the prosecution giving these grand jurors all the evidence. We don't know if some of that evidence would be admitted in a real courtroom.
Mm-hmm.
And then all of a sudden you're telling me a person that's a florist, a person that's a mechanic, a person that's a shoe repairman is going to sit there and know legal terms. And they're going to be the one that says, yeah, we're guilty. Now I got an indictment. There could be a grand jury going on about me right now, and I wouldn't know it.
Yeah, but think about this: six of those grand jurors wanted, asked for more information. So if you have 6 people asking for more evidence in a one-sided argument,
right?
Imagine a 2-sided argument with a real jury. Like I don't know.
Yeah, and I don't know Idaho's laws, but if a grand jury requests something, this lady told us they have to bring it to us. And she says not all cases did we indict. Now, remember, the Ramseys got indicted by a grand jury.
Thank you, Elliot.
They were indicted by a grand jury, but the state attorney turned around and exonerated them.
Yep.
And sent them a letter of apology because the new state attorney believed that she went with the theory this is done by an outside source,
right?
Inside.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's how it should work.
Miss Sherry said that you don't know the rights you think you do, 100%. And she worked in the court system, so she knows.
But like my relative says, if I want to get an indictment on anybody, all I got to do is go to a grand jury. I'll just stop all the horseplay right now if they start doing that defense in the courtroom, and I'll just walk into the room where there's a grand jury, and I'll say, here's our evidence. You're not going to see the defense's evidence. You're going to get it overwhelmed. And there you go.
It's a shame because it's the first step. If somebody like the police think they've got a case and they take it there, and it's all proper, you've got to present it the way it should be. Like this is, and everybody has to see it their way. And of course, we're humans. We're like, well, hang on, didn't you? What about this? What about that? And I suppose that's what it's all about. It's all about the what ifs and the what about. And we have something here, and Harsh was talking about it the same. It's called the CPS. It's about the Crown, and it's called the Crown Prosecution Service. And so the police really have to have their act together. And when they present it to the CPS, it's not that many people. It isn't like, it's not the 16. How many? I think it was upwards of 12 or to 18 people. It's not presented in front of all of like a whole jury. It's purely down to I think it's a little guy with glasses, and he'll say it won't fly, and that is it. That is that. And you've got to keep convincing him that it will fly in front of you won't, because he'll see the pitfalls. And of course, these laymen, these people, these ordinary, Joe Blows are sitting there going, I don't know. Oh, okay.
Yeah, but somebody signed off on the warrant. So my question is during a grand jury, process like that, are they only shown what's in the PCA, or are they able to be shown other evidence as well?
They're only shown what the prosecutor wants to give the grand jury.
Okay, but if
or anything they request.
Okay, but if hypothetical, oh really?
Real quick, Elliot, please don't apologize. I appreciate your input, your info. It's very helpful, so no worries about that. Everything's been fine. So thank you.
But my question is,
go ahead, guys.
I guess my question is, Riddler. So say, because I kept hearing from everybody that, the PCA is not everything. They have, an ace in the hole. Cool. So now you're telling me that they're able to show a grand jury their ace in the hole at that point in time. They don't just have to present what's in the PCA. They can present whatever the hell they feel like presenting to them, is what you're saying. So that's where I question why 6 people were underwhelmed. If everybody thinks they have, a ton more evidence that we don't know about, well, then why were 6 people underwhelmed, kind of like we are now? So that shows me that.
Why didn't they get more information when they asked for it?
Okay, really.
Well,
after last week, hold
on, Brian. But then after what you just said, Riddler, on top of what I just mentioned, is you just said if they request for it, they have to be given it. Are you sure that's true in Idaho law?
Well, I don't know about Idaho law. This lady was a grand juror in the state of Texas, and she said anything we requested, including eyewitness accounts. She said we call police officers in and we questioned. We said, well, how can you be here at this time? And you said over here in the statement you were here, and in your report you got a different time.
Mm-hmm.
So she was telling us the different ways. It's just like the PCA, and needs to know, okay, where were you, Bethany? Were you at the party with them at 1 o'clock and y'all came back all 3 together, or were you at the house at 1:45 when they all walked in? We're confused. PCA
defense don't have a say in this. Defense don't have a say with the grand jury. It's all about whether it goes to trial.
Yeah, it's one-sided.
It's only the judge. Yeah. It's only about bringing it to. Do we have enough evidence on this guy?
Well, there's high people up in court.
Defense don't come in till later.
There's a high person that went up in court, and I forgot his name, but he made a famous statement years ago that a grand jury can indict a ham sandwich.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Cray, look at the Crays, right? I don't know if you know about the Cray twins, for instance. Slippery pair of people. Getting them pinned. You've got to pin down a criminal. What you said about in the way I compare, which obviously that's the devil's thingy, but I'm sorry, but I can't help comparing.
Thank you, Legendary.
When you bring up it's the same way. You bring a case as the officers that did with, I don't know, Sutcliffe. I mean, that took forever. Or people that have been, I ain't going to go through them. It's boring, really. But if you bring it up and finally you can bring it to the CPS, like you really have to have the nugget, because of the way the law works, it will always work on that balance that you are innocent until you are proven. So they will just turn it down all day long, and that's what the grand jury, I suppose, where there was only 6, I believe there was about 18 in the, so the balance was out there. If it had been 10 maybe that had questions, it might have gone on a bit longer. So that's just, the way my head works. But I'm just thinking where we are. I'm not, I've been back from Australia for, I don't know, 3-4 years. It was always the way that you had to have really heavy stuff to bring it before a jury. Not the grand jury thing, but and that, your
Heavy stuff.
peers.
The heavy stuff's in the PCA. Ain't got nothing. So when was the grand jury? What date was the grand jury? When did that happen? When was he indicted? Does anybody know the date?
It was the end of this. Oh no, I don't know.
He was arrested December what? 28th, 29th?
9th, yeah.
So when did that whole grand jury stuff happen?
January.
Right when Bethany was about to talk.
Yeah.
It was in the summer.
Yeah,
Okay.
you know that
May or June,
yeah.
I think it was.
Okay, so they had from November until May or June, right, to collect all this evidence. And then when it came down to it, when it came down to presenting all this damning evidence that we all don't know about to the grand jury, I don't care if 2 of them were underwhelmed, 6 of them were underwhelmed.
Well,
So that means, so again, how can I believe that the prosecution has an ace in the hole? How can I believe that?
So
Well, you can't because they don't.
Right. And that's the point that for me, I think Riddler, you're the one that said if they ask for more information, they can get more information. But that's what Jay Logston was arguing, that they wanted more information, but they were told no, it's only the probable cause, which I think, I'm sorry, I'll try not to curse, but I think that's bull.
No, you're okay.
Well,
I think that's bull.
And I agree with you. And I'm going off of what the lady told us. I asked her, I grilled her in a real quiet, easy way. And she gave me every answer, bam, right off the bat. And she told us how many cases they had to work with, how they did it, how many people had to vote yes. They didn't need they needed a majority, but they didn't have to be 100%. It did not have to be 100%.
Amazing.
But it's a grand jury, and all it is an indictment if the state or the prosecutor or district attorney wishes to use it. Now they can make an arrest.
But Riddler, as a prosecutor, right? If you're in front of a grand jury, now would you waste hours sitting there, trying to piece this all together like the PCA does, or if you had a knife, or if you had, something to show that Brian just flat out did it, would you just raise it and be like, here, look, bang, and then they'd be like, all right, cool, indictment. Yeah. So that's what I'm questioning is what they showed the grand jury, and why they were underwhelmed, because again, we're underwhelmed.
Sherry's saying that the grand jury wanted personal information on Brian, which is not their business to have, and that's what the extra info that they wanted was. I don't know.
6 of them.
I'm guessing. Where did you get that information from, Sherry, again?
Well, there's some states now, very few, that do not have a grand jury anymore. They got rid of it.
Yeah, I saw somebody said that. How many states don't? Do you know or no?
It's probably like
It's
3 to
much,
8, something
much.
small.
Isn't it?
It was
Jesus.
6.
Yeah.
I just looked
It's
it up.
so much better with the
6.
preliminary. Yeah, it's like you're accused, Allah. The whole preliminary hearing and putting forward that thing, it gets it off to the, the racetrack, if you like. It's boom, we're off. Much more kind of, I don't know, civilized or whatever. But even in murder trials, so the grand jury, but that's what I mean. It's one of these dark little places still in British law where it has to get past the CPS. And I suppose that is a remnant, if you like, of what the grand jury is, because it don't matter what the case, has to go through the CPS to see, and it will get a tick or it'll get thrown back. And you have to, as a detective, you have to think, oh fuck, I've got to go back and find more evidence. And that literally is it. We've all seen Luther, we've all seen all the shows, or anyone that's loving the kind of true crime thing. That's not enough. It's just not enough yet. So this is kind of, in my eyes, it's so like
It
deliberate.
sounds like a lot of
if you
people
get
from
me.
Britain feel that way, that,
Yeah.
up until this
Mm,
point, that
mm,
that our system, would arrest him and indict him already, based on it. But now what I don't agree with is your guys' sentencing when it comes down to, when somebody's guilty. And I said this
mm.
before, you guys let people off with like 20, 30 some years sometimes that have, murdered a couple
guys,
people.
Yeah, I think our maximum, in fact, there's only about 16 people serving a full tariff. And the full tariff is when a judge says that life is life. But at the moment, life means 25 years. And I think that you can actually serve 12 ultimately on your, it's all about rehabilitation. Like somebody that has done something like this can
she's
be
incredible.
rehabilitated.
Yeah, guys, real quick. I don't mean to interrupt anybody, but if you guys
Something's
want
wrong in this. Worse, my
She's
bad.
awesome.
I know.
go follow Andrea Burkhart. She's been to quite a few
I love
of
her.
the hearings.
I love her.
And she has a lot of information in person from being at the hearings, for this, that, and everything else.
Warm,
So,
Yeah.
bright, cool, fun.
yeah, if
I
you have any
love her.
questions,
She's
She
great.
is amazing.
go check her out, guys.
She is
Go ahead, Derek.
I'd love to have worked for her. She's got the most amazing smile when she says
Yep.
it.
Yep. She's warm. She's sweet.
Oh,
Yeah. She's
she's just
incredible and
gorgeous.
smart.
Yeah.
And she can
May
answer,
I extend an
answer a lot of the
invitation?
questions that we have, you guys. A
May
lot
I
of it.
extend an invitation to go off topic? And we know I certainly don't do that. Let me throw this out at
Never,
you.
ever.
Never, ever. It's
Why
just
would
not
you,
me.
Brian?
Okay. I stay right on topic. Okay. Here's what I want to ask you guys. I think that Moscow Police Department kept trying to do whatever dance you do to get an arrest warrant for Brian K. And it was going to that Judge Marshall lady. But you guys, Judge Marshall had just spent a year being lied to by Moscow Police Department. So I think she was like, fuck, you came into my court for a year and lied to my face. I think she never signed off on anything. And I think that is why they ended up doing the PA. Willie, how am I cracking you up so much?
Because you said you had a question. You started it off with, I think. I'm dying, dude. I'm sorry.
Hey, wait. I can't. Okay, wait. Why are you so hysterical? Tell me.
I'm sorry. No, keep going.
No. Don't be apologize to me, Willie. Don't you dare apologize to me.
No, I was just laughing
saying-
because you said that you had an off-topic question, but then you started with, I think. That's why I was laughing.
No, I'm laughing at
I think Judge Marshall would not sign off on MPD or calling Brian Koberger in. I think that's why they ended up going across the country playing like a circus.
Yeah.
Now,
And I agree. If you're asking me, I agree.
You don't agree. You don't agree, Willie. I love you to death, but
But
you
you
don't
didn't
agree.
ask me. I thought you were going to ask me.
now which
No,
one?
I'm asking you guys. I
this
think that's why they do
romance.
all that stupid PA stuff.
Which
Everybody
one of the
said,
parents?
why
I love
did
you, Brian.
come in?
Which one of
Love
the
you back,
parents
Willie.
said their child was eating pizza that night?
That was the
Now
Cronuts.
we're at pizza.
The Cronuts
Yeah,
said that.
Hold on, guys. Hold on for a second. I think somebody misunderstood something. If it came out that way, I wasn't saying that Andrea Burkhart was in the grand jury. So if I said that, I didn't mean to say that. Or if anybody
Oh God,
misunderstood,
no! She wasn't in the.
That's just funny.
I was just saying she followed
I'm
everything.
sorry, I bought it off.
Sorry about that. Go ahead.
Okay,
Very
it was
good
Xana's
leading mind, that girl.
father that said that he had talked to her on the phone. Is
Yeah, I
that
never
correct?
bought that.
They-
Yeah,
they- they were having
that's who it
pizza.
was.
So where were
Yeah.
they having the pizza at?
Allegedly
home?
in the house. Yeah.
Well, how can they be at the house when they're supposed to be at that?
I didn't buy that
It's a
nonsense
party.
from day one. That's just silly. You call your dad in the middle of the biggest
Maybe,
party night of the
that's
year to say you're eating pizza? Like, is that
No,
really
like-
news
Yeah.
breaking information?
Well,
Come
I
on.
mean, if they were just having a regular conversation and she was like, I'm having some pizza.
Okay, but that's not the point. The point is, was she at home eating the pizza, or was she at the frat party?
Well, Riddler, if you notice
Who
in
cares
the
about the
PCAs,
pizza? It's
right?
pizza.
so like the one
like
written
pepperoni.
by Payne, he says that Bethany stated she saw them from 9 to 1:45. But then if you look at Blaker's PCA, he only says she saw them from 9 o'clock. He took out the 1:45 part.
Oh,
Why?
and you guys, we waited for
Definitely.
weeks for them to come up with something about where Xana and Ethan were. Like weeks. Don't you guys remember? It was weird. It was
What do you
weird.
mean?
They were definitely more out to the public, wanting to know if you have any information on where they could have been, if you
Yeah,
saw
they were
them.
totally lost.
Really?
6 weeks. Totally lost. It really, it was
Nobody
incredible.
knows.
The
They
thing
couldn't
with
get
Nobody
them
knows.
out. They
Eh,
lost them.
Which is crazy considering you have the
Yeah,
two surviving
not okay.
roommates, and then it comes out that Bethany knew where they were the whole damn time.
It's amazing, isn't it?
Well, see, this is
And
why the defense needs to talk to Bethany and Dylan. So
Yeah.
Oh, they have.
they can
Yeah,
put
I
their
agree.
They have.
story
They have. And
So-
and that's why I was saying, I think it was Dinky that was in earlier. Do you think, like in my language, it would be like there would have to be a sworn statement by both of these people? A sworn statement, like everything that they encountered and where they were and what happened.
Mm.
But I don't think there is. I don't think that there's a sworn statement like the same as anybody else that was in and around that place after 5, 6 in the morning. They put themselves, in my opinion, they put themselves in the same situation as all the other kids that gathered around. You know,
Yeah, but
it's
as an
almost like the-
interrogator, as you have, okay, this person in front of you that was in the
Okay,
home,
though, Willie. Yeah, but she weren't interrogated, Willie.
huh?
Neither of them were interrogated.
No, they
Neither
were
of them.
interviewed.
Yeah.
Interviewed.
Ah, yeah,
Keyword.
interviewed.
What
Well,
the hell's an
that would be
interview?
amazing
Right?
if they were.
Or are they going
because-
for a job?
We don't know any of that.
No,
we have
no,
no idea what
stop
they
it.
did.
It's in the wording. It's in the PCA.
Yeah, it is in the
It-
PCA.
in the
Yeah, they
PCA,
wouldn't have
it
been
says
interrogated, which
multiple
maybe.
interviews,
What-
not
what-
I
interrogation.
think
Yeah.
they downloaded their cell phones and they could tell where everyone was. That takes, I don't know, you guys know better than I. Willie, how long does that take to download your cell phone? I think all this nonsense that everybody's like, oh God, they cleared
I
everybody.
don't know.
They downloaded their cell phones. They could tell that they were standing at the 4th and Street at the time of the murders. It's just not that complicated nowadays. To
Yeah, but
clear
listen, if I go to school for knowing how to change my location with my cell phone and I go to school for
I
that
think
kind of
we're
shit,
losing you.
how,
Or maybe it's
what if
me.
I say I'm over here, but I'm really over there? Like, how do we know, you know?
But it's only Brian Willie that went to school for that. These are college kids that are partying. Okay, all of the cast of characters.
But
So then why wouldn't Brian show he was nowhere near the house if he was able to? That's what I'm saying.
But no, I think they just downloaded Jack D, Jack Showalter.
Why would
They downloaded their cell phones. They could tell that they were wherever they were. It was congruent with what they were verbally telling them. And yes, they're cleared. Okay, I mean they're not dealing with a ingenious cloud forensic dude.
That's right, 5.
Yeah, but Brian, what about which of those, and all of them, and they're all kids, which of them were interviewed as we're under Miranda, for instance?
We don't know.
Which of them? No, that's
know.
what I'm interested. I can't wait to find out.
But what is an interview? What is an interview? I mean, why are they saying interview?
It's the usual thing. Anything you will say will be used in court against you. All of that under
but usually here, that's an interrogation. So again, if I wanted to see, if I could just pick one thing to see, I'm not like being argumentative here. I'm just saying if I could pick one thing to see, it would be their first interview, their second interview, and whatever else they want to name this shit, and see what they first said, what they said then, and when it all changed to what came out at some point later on.
I would think
I think it doesn't matter what they said. I think they just took their cell phones.
Oh goodness! Of course it does.
What?
It's not about the interview. I don't think they were interviewed. I think they were like, give me your cell phone, give me your cell phone, give me your cell phone. It is 2023. They took their cell phone, downloaded it, read it. It matched everything. They can prove that they were nowhere near 1122. Like,
So they made up Dylan's story themselves?
Right. No, today in 2023, I mean, hey, look, if you guys, I don't know any of this, but I just don't think it's really that big a deal. Give me your cell phone. We got 97 FBI agents here. They certainly know. They bought in that huge truck that knows how to use cell phones. I think they took their cell phones, downloaded their cell phones, cleared them, period. Like, it's just not like the old days, bringing them in for interviews. These people were overwhelmed with a homicide.
Darling, it has to be like the old days. We can only
get not like the old days, darling. It's not.
No, but everything beyond.
Okay, so there is a way to differentiate this. Okay, interviews are designed to collect data and evaluate a subject's credibility in a non-accusatory manner. Often to gather circumstantial evidence, but an interrogation aims to verify already gathered information.
Yes, thank you.
Reveal the truth in a more structured and sometimes confrontational environment. So the fact that they use the word interview versus interrogation is a little weird to me.
So that means she was never a suspect, is basically what you're telling me.
Pretty much.
But
yeah,
that's what I'm asking. Is there any point with even an interview?
I wish I was a chick.
Right?
Oh,
like
even
if those were guys, I mean, like just cut the crap. If those were men,
is that still the protocol? Is that still the protocol where Miranda rights are the thing that even interview or interrogation wise is something before somebody says anything that they have to offer to say to the person, look, thank you for sitting there with me. I want to offer you this. These are your rights. We all have rights. What you say to me can be used against you. Is that the same thing?
I just don't think it's the same way as it was 25 years ago.
Yes, I'm talking
think
to a
these
girl there,
people-
and I can't think of her name, and I'm so sorry. It's rude.
I think
But
You mean the way that
Illuminati?
you mean the
There's
way
too,
that
many, there's too many people talking at once.
do you mean, Brian, what you're saying is the way that the interrogation is done is different than it was 25 years ago, or just the way that that in general
no, I don't really think in 2023
no,
these
it's
idiots
exactly the
were
same.
confronted with a quad homicide. They were lost. They were clueless. I think they asked these kids
Oh,
for
goodness.
cell phones. They downloaded them. The FBI was there to help them. They were freaking out. This is sloppy ass shit. I don't think that they had time to like call all these people in. I think they were just like totally overwhelmed. This is Moscow with 25,000 people. They don't do quad homicides. They're idiots. They're corrupt. They're sleazy. Okay. I think they
No,
just
it's
got to do
lazy.
what they had to do. Okay. And that's
Why
what they did.
wouldn't you? Yeah, why
Do
wouldn't
what?
you? It's laziness. Why wouldn't you get the person? Sorry, please or offend. Why wouldn't you get the person in the house that can be given their Miranda?
My love, they're corrupt. Okay. They are
Yeah.
overwhelmed. They just found 4 dead kids. They have no
That's a
idea what
job.
they're doing.
But
There's
hold on.
drugs going
You're only
on.
gonna read Miranda rights to somebody that you're taking in
Right.
for custody, right? So
Right.
you're
Why?
Totally freaked out.
they're going to interview people like when they arrive at the scene. I would hope and expect that they would show that they interviewed everybody that was at the scene, right? They probably interviewed Bethany and Dylan. According to the PCA, they interviewed them multiple times.
Right.
The interrogation piece of it, I don't think if they did interrogate anybody other than Brian, we have no idea, because at the end of the day, the only document they've put out
That's
was
what
the
I'm
PCA,
saying. We
and
don't
it's
know.
structured to point to Brian, so they're not going to mention interrogations of anybody else.
Exactly.
But they will
But I'm
mention
saying
interviews
we
that
don't know
support their
whether they
case.
interviewed or
Well,
not.
just like they
That's-
didn't point out the other 3 DNAs. They didn't want us to know about that either. But guess what? We know now.
Yeah.
YouTube.
Oh,
No, we do. We have to, because we have to know. And so if these people
Says who?
were brought up, they have to be given the Miranda. Otherwise, this is why I'm finding it a bit quirky. If it
What's up
goes
with you and the
through,
Miranda,
that
though?
it can only be no. Well, if you can't give
That's
your
something you
the
read somebody.
witnesses when you
Yeah.
bring them in. If you can't bring them in, if you don't give them Miranda, you're only putting them in the PCA as like it's all very dismissive. Like we didn't really interview her, but this is what she said. That's not good enough. These are witnesses.
That movie about the Miranda,
Legendary.
where that came from. I just watched that movie yesterday, actually. I don't believe, unless you are arrested, that you have to be Mirandized. Okay. I think that they can question you at any aspect about a case without Mirandizing you, as long as you're not under arrest.
But then they can't use it against you then, because obviously
they still can use it against you, Dago.
Interrogating. Okay. Hold on. Who just said what?
Yeah.
1 second here. From what I understood, excuse me, I'm sorry. CL says interrogating requires Miranda 100%. That's why LA detectives can lie. During interrogation, you were told you have the right to remain silent and you can request a lawyer. Correct. From what I saw yesterday, based on that, okay, that you can be told that you have the right to remain silent without the rest of that. If you're being like, how can I explain this? From what I understood, and I might be wrong, but from what I got from that they only Mirandize you if you're being placed under arrest. Okay.
No.
And that is the only way, from what I understand, that they will do that, unfortunately.
No, they won't.
What do you mean, Dago?
They can interview you in a room where you're there, whether you're under your own volition, whether you've been handcuffed, whether
they
you've
definitely
been...
read Miranda rights to, if they bring somebody in for questioning, okay, and they tell you that you can leave at any time, okay, they still read you your Miranda rights. There you go.
Yeah.
They have
Yeah.
to.
Oh, okay. I thought you were saying that you have to be arrested for them to read you your
Okay.
Miranda.
And this is why on the other side of the pond, we get kind of, we can't believe it. Like
Okay, so-
all of the, yeah,
Okay, so if I was
everyone
brought
was-
in, if I was brought in as a witness to a crime, just a witness to a crime, not a suspect, and they wanted to ask me questions about that, they don't have to Miranda with me. You see what I'm saying?
No, you're only a witness.
Okay, but if you're a suspect or possible,
Oh, that's interesting.
That's
Okay.
what I'm trying to say. That's what
okay,
I'm trying
I
to
didn't know if
say.
everybody was understanding that. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. So why?
That's what I said. She was never a suspect.
Why?
Yeah, I didn't know if you guys were understanding that. That's all I was trying to clarify. That I'm sorry.
Oh no, it's all
No,
good.
it's
I'm glad you did.
because as I think everybody like has said before, if there are like let's put it in a clue situation, but if there's like out of 6 of you and 4 of you are dead and nobody rings the police, you don't just rock up and say, oh no, I was only a witness, I don't know. No, just no. Why has nobody? Okay, I'll give it the interviewed her or the other her, or I hate to be mean, but I know that they probably had nothing to do with the killing. I get that.
Well,
but
I want to know if
why
they
has
interrogated who
nobody-
you summoned over.
Oh, Mama Crime, we know you were investigated for murder of 4 people. Ah,
Exactly.
love ya.
No, nobody was going to be saying, "Oh, you did it." But there's got to be a bit more to. Oh, I want to ring my mum because she's a lawyer and like that, and that's how we get to the British thing. It's like no comment, no comment, no comment. That's how it works here. So no, of course, she was never going to get questioned properly, and all they could really surface from her account was, oh yeah, he had really bushy eyebrows. I don't know. Yeah, I opened the door a couple of times, and oh mate, I don't know how I'd live with myself. I just don't. And thank God she's look. Thank God she's not a mum, because if baby's crying, you get out there and you're on it. If your mates, sorry, I get angry, but Miranda, I blame her. Sorry, blame her all day. I don't know.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Again, tangential me. I just want to tell all you guys, there's 6 of us here on panel, and there's I don't know how many are here. But you guys, seriously, it's wonderful. I love panel, but at some level, it is very hard because none of us really know each other, and we don't have visual cues. Like if we're face to face, eye to eye, we all can read when we're done speaking. And I think that is the reason why. I know for me, I have trouble in that I step on people, but I don't know when you're done
I see the
because
visual
I
cue.
can't
There you
see
go.
you.
Just like, yeah. See, just like that.
I can't see you. I'm not watching you. Yeah. So the bottom line now, 6 of us are here. So what we do is we do step on each other, but it's because we don't have. Okay, if we all were like on that, what do you call those things? Venmo conferences? What is that thing? If we could see each other and get cues.
So we can do like raise our hand, like we're in a classroom.
No, Willie.
Can you see us,
It
Brian?
is different to be on panel than it is to be face to face with someone sitting at a restaurant. And Zoom. Yeah. Okay, we know stop and starts, first off, second off. We know each other. None of us really know each other. So it's much easier to get pacing and cadence. That's all I'm saying.
Yes,
Diego, I want to I'm going to share that screen again.
What?
I want to share that screen again and get to the part where it's like what she heard and what she saw.
Yes.
So
Can you hold on? Can you see me, Brian?
I can see you.
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure you can see us. Okay, that's all. Go ahead.
Well,
And-
no,
and
but it's only
just-
seeing
just
little
gonna
avatars.
say it's only what the police said that she saw. We're not getting a sworn statement anywhere. It's only what they said that she thought she saw.
Which is a
So
lie.
if you read
Sorry.
down in here, right, it
Oh,
goes
please, they're
into
corrupted.
say like
Sorry.
what happened, right? 3-story home, 2 bedrooms on each floor, bathrooms on
Right.
each floor, and a kitchen, da da da. He's alleged to have entered the house around 4 a.m. while 6 people were sleeping present, killing 4 people in 2 separate rooms. The people killed were located in 2 bedrooms, one on the 2nd floor and the other on the 3rd floor. Bethany Funke's bedroom was on the 1st floor. Dylan was on the 2nd floor. Bethany Funke was interviewed by police on several occasions. She disclosed things she heard and things she saw. But this one right here is where I like scratch my head and say, so did she get there after or was she there during? Because they say Bethany Funke. Yeah, Bethany Funke was present at the home 8 hours later when police were called, arrived on scene, and discovered the homicides.
That is what the problem is with that. And I've just said that from the moment that we first saw that the verbiage is so screwy that you could take it in 2 different ways. You could take it as she was there the whole time, which is very touchy, or as that she showed up when the police showed up, period.
And that's how the
Yeah.
whole PCA reads. The whole PCA reads like a
Yeah.
4-year-old on drugs.
No.
Well, and if you
Well,
think about, so like if you put it together, right, it's weird that Payne says she saw them at Sigma Chi from 9 to 1:45.
Right.
Well,
Well,
then
you've
they
just
say,
hit
I don't
you've
think
hit
she
the
was there
nail
either,
on the
Bonnie.
head.
hey,
Hold
Yeah,
on.
nobody signed anything
Yeah.
apart
Hold
from
on a second.
Payne.
One
let
at
me
a time.
finish before you start to argue. Okay.
Oh, I'm
They
sorry.
say-
I thought the mic was off. I'm so sorry.
Hold on.
Not an
Go ahead.
argument.
Go ahead,
They
Clue.
say from Bethany saw them 2 from 9 to 1:45. Well,
Right.
then they go on to say everyone was home by 2 and asleep or in their rooms by 4, right?
Right.
My question has always been, did you see them until 1:45 because they left and you stayed there? Because
Right.
you know, if you're like a college girl, most times you're not going to be walking around alone by yourself, right? And if you knew they
Right.
were leaving, why not leave with them?
Yeah, but the biggest question is who signed? Who signed that?
The affidavit?
Yeah.
What?
Who signed on the statement? Who signed it?
That was Payne, was it? Or on that one right there? Who did sign that one, Clue?
This one is the Richard Bethany.
Bethany, the
There you
investigator.
go. It wasn't signed by our girls. It wasn't signed by any witnesses. It was
I mean,
signed
it doesn't
by.
like he can't present a lie, right?
Yeah, right.
Like he can't lie.
No,
This
no,
one statement.
nobody's. But it's
And
got
he's
to
the
be
investigator.
But who the hell
factual.
thought
It
they were
has to
sleeping?
be factual.
Right. He was an investigator hired by the defense. So
Yes.
anything he brings forth, it doesn't matter that they aren't signing it. It's just like this line here. During the course of my investigation, it became known to me that Bethany Funke has information material to the charges against Mr. Koberger. Portions of information Miss Funke has is not maybe, not might be, is exculpatory to the defendant. Miss
Damn.
Funke's information is
Yet-
unique to
Yet
her.
to be known. Yeah. but it's yet to be established, and anyone that's signed off,
But it's
those
yet to be
two girls,
established. It's yet to be
yeah,
established by
exactly,
you, not him.
yeah,
Here's the thing: if he were to lie
yeah.
on,
But
if he were to
neither girl has signed off. Neither girl has signed anything.
Lady, you're missing the point. This guy cannot sign that. Do you see this right here? Subscribed and sworn. This is a sworn statement. If this
Yeah.
fool lies, that's his career.
What is sworn? Who's swearing it?
The guy who's saying it. If you would let me finish.
he was notarized.
This
Oh,
investigator.
sorry. I'm just,
This
I'm just trying
investigator
to.
is literally saying to everyone, the information she has is exculpatory and it's unique to her experiences and cannot be provided by another witness.
Mhm.
So it's relevant, it's important, and believable because
Yeah.
this guy is not just some random person. He's a sworn, put it in a sworn statement.
If he
It's
were to lie,
confusing.
That my point is, it's like, is there any sworn statement by either of the girls? That's all. Nothing amazing. It's
other than
purely
what's in the PCA that we know of, no, there's not.
no.
Of course, we don't
And there
get to see
should
the
be.
police report. That's where that might be the sworn statement.
Right.
He got to look. This detective here, this investigator, he was probably given access to the police report through Ann, because Ann gets a copy of the police report.
And here's the thing: if he were to swear to this affidavit out the way he did, it was notarized by the courts, so on and so forth, and he lies on this, that can throw the case out. That can completely screw the whole case. And then on the defensive side, and then at that time, what happens? You know what I'm saying? That would be bad. That would be very bad. So they, of course, they have to take his word for what he has investigated.
Well,
I'm sure he could lose his job.
He could go to jail.
Yeah, I mean, everybody talks about credibility. Everybody talks about credibility.
Delightful notion. Ann goes to jail. He should.
It should be on oath, which is how law is
Not
done, and it should be about the witnesses that were there at the time. That's all.
There's all kinds of shoulds in this mess. They're liars. They're corrupt. They have no morals. They are tossing around mattresses through see-through plastic that are drenched in blood. These are not cool guys.
The girls aren't doing that. The girls that were there, they, it's their oath that I'm interested in, and it seems to me over the past like 13 months that we haven't seen a sworn statement by both the girls.
It's probably
they're not going to. They are corrupt, my dear. You keep
Brian.
I'm sorry.
Listen, Brian. Wait a minute. First of all, they're probably under the gag order. First off, second off, it's probably in the discovery, which we're not going to see that. It's going to be in the hearing and the trial. That's when that statement's going to come out that they made, if there is one.
I hope so.
What I didn't understand, and what me and Sarge were talking about, is why that they put a statement in the PCA that came from Dylan, but there was no statement whatsoever in the PCA from Bethany. Now, reading what this was, taken from Richard Batanti, claims that he knows of information that was stated by both of the roommates and/or has seen possible statements that they made, and then he goes for that, and that's where that came from.
That's my thing, Dago. The statement isn't by the girls. It's his statement of what they or their account summed up. It was never about what their account was. I think that's what I'm trying to say.
I know what you're saying. I get I know what you mean at this point. That was based on his investigation into them, is where that statement came from.
Yeah,
it's
what's
I
important
get
is that
lost.
when,
No, I get
yeah.
lost in why we all believe that what they say. They've proven to us for 13 months that they're liars. Why does everybody keep going back to in the PCA? They said this. They're liars. We've had 13 months of watching these assholes lie to us about everything. The PCA makes no sense. When we go running around on our own YouTube stuff, checking out stuff they write in the PCA. But why are most of you all continuing to go back to the PCA? They're sleazebags, are corrupt. That's my question.
because
Because
it's the only tool that we have to refer to, Brian.
right.
Unfortunately,
If we don't ground our suspicions
I
in
think
something
Brian is
sworn,
trying to say
then
it's
we're
a
just.
tool.
I mean, you
Right.
hear him trying to talk. Let him talk.
I
yeah,
think
go ahead.
For
Bob.
real.
No,
Go ahead,
I
Dave,
don't.
sorry.
I don't understand it.
Hold
in
on,
terms of-
Brian.
Oh, I'm
Go
sorry.
ahead, Dave.
I was just going to say, I mean, I think if we don't ground our suspicion or base our suspicions on something that's sworn, whether we give any credibility to the person swearing and affirming, right? That's what the jury is going to be faced with one side that's swearing and affirming and another side that's trying not to face the death penalty, right? So you have to ground your suspicions in something. Otherwise, they're just wild suspicions with no grounding at all, no basis at all. So I think that's why we keep going back to the PCA and looking at it as we should, right? That it's out there to the public for a reason. It's their presentation of their case. Now, if it looks suspicious, that's fine, but we have to base our suspicions around what they put out. Otherwise, why even have law enforcement at all? Why even have a case?
No, but that's not my question. We are 13 months into this. These people have completely and endlessly for 13 months lied to us. They just destroyed the house yesterday. Why is everybody investing any energy?
I mean, to be
in
fair,
buying?
Who's the day? Who's the day?
how do we know they've lied?
Who's the day?
Yeah, wait, I can't hear you, Willie. What?
Who is they? They you keep saying they.
Hey,
they.
Payne.
Yep.
The
Good
PCA.
one.
Who wrote the PCA?
Yeah. Like, where are we all? We're 13 months into this, and yesterday we all collectively shared these people of supposed law enforcement destroying a crime scene on global television. Do you all not find that kind of bothersome? Does that not?
Yes, but when it comes down to it, we're going to have a trial with what you see in the PCA being relevant in that trial. So, regardless of how corrupt everybody is and how much they lied to us or whatever, the PCA is what they're going to base their whole trial on. So that's what we're going with right now.
And Brian, do you think? Here's the thing. Here's the most important thing.
There's no.
If that trial, I mean, I know it looks funny. I know it comes off as that way. I know it seems, that they have made some things up or twisted some things. But here's the thing: if that PCA is based on lies, what do you think that's going to do to the case?
Exactly.
No, some of it is just being a person.
Let them backpedal let them backpedal during trial. I mean, if they lied and they bullshitted, then they're going to have a problem during trial, and it's all going to come out. So
as a human being, if you lie to me for 13 months, I am done with you. Okay, I'm not. I don't want to deal with you. I don't trust you. I don't.
But they don't owe you like yourself or myself anything.
I'm just
Willie. They owe all of us. They owe all of us because the state.
Well, that's why the
is
trial's going to happen.
Yeah,
the
but
trial
listen,
ain't never going to happen.
Listen, the state is prosecuting and the state is defending.
Mm-hmm.
Has anyone worked it out yet? Because if you can dramatize,
that's why I said he should get a paid lawyer.
Pardon?
I said that's why I said he should get a paid lawyer, so he doesn't have a public defender that works for the state.
She doesn't have any money, Willie.
She's paid. She's paid either way. All I'm trying to say is that either way, the state is paying for this, and it's all cool. It's just making me wonder what else is going on. you know, you have to live outside
What
this
is
thing
going on? Corruption.
sometimes. Yeah, what else is going on? Because
Corruption.
we're all into, well, look, corruption's been hanging around for a while. Maybe it'll make
Segregate.
us wake up to it. Maybe it will, maybe it won't. But it's in a
Stickergate.
nutshell.
Gigolo. Brady. It's all here. These are not good people.
I think
These are
so.
sleazy
There
ass
are
people.
precedents. That's what makes me think, because as long as there are precedents, there is a way to, like, the only way out of this for him is either, for me, I only see it as an appeal. I think he's done whatever he, you know, whichever way he looks. And I hope he's like
Wait,
smiling.
Vix, how does he look? Give me a description to you of how he looks. That was an interesting statement to me. When you say how he looks,
my son. Good enough?
no. But I mean, no. I'm saying when you say how he looks, like, what does that mean?
So if well, how it looks for him in his, he knows because of his criminality, which is a bad thing for him in a way. He wouldn't be where he is now if he just, that's the problem with the little knowledge is a
Oh, I thought you meant physically. I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about physical looks.
physical
My
looks.
mistake.
No, he's just a
I
man.
misunderstood
He's
you. I'm
just
sorry.
a man. No, he's just a man. That's it. And he has been ambushed, in my opinion.
Willie was kind of correct that, see, the prosecutor, the public defender, and the judge, they all work for the governor. Here in my state of Florida, Governor DeSantis just fired 2 state attorneys, one in Tampa, I think the other one in Orlando.
I saw that.
And they weren't prosecuting hard enough. They were letting people off too light, too easy. And
it's only a minute over there. With
if you get your own private attorney, he can't fire them. That's what Willie's trying to say. It's part of a system, and they don't want to.
They'll be working for that person alone and not working for the state as a defense attorney for the state, a public defender being paid by the state. They're being paid privately, which in turn, they work a little harder in some senses, people believe. So that's what that means. Yeah.
Dago.
Yes, ma'am.
One of the people in my chat just told me that Richard Batanti
yes,
is, so the last record on him in 2021, he has a job of a investigator, senior criminal, and a pay of $47,220, right?
Right.
And it's for Kootenai County.
Yeah.
Remember when Steve said there's going to be investigations into a lot of things?
Mm-hmm.
What if this guy, in combination with Ann Taylor, are working to expose some BS in like Moscow Police Department? For instance, the whole thing today is we don't know why Bethany's statement was in there. Well, if he's found out that they've left it out on purpose because they just wanted to nail this guy, I'm just saying there could be some merit in what Steve is saying there, right? It's going to open investigations to a lot of people.
Yeah, that is true. Plus, I mean, she did ask for the training record. So, I mean, again, I don't know how I feel about Ann. I know she's a really good public defender, but still, it's still a public defender. But, you know, she's doing the right things, I think, like you just said.
Well,
why are Clue and Willie blue? Is that, why are they blue?
Where?
Blue
balls. It's what?
Huh?
Blue balls.
Why are you blue?
Where, Brian?
I'm happy.
Willie, you're so good. No, on the screen, is the avatar blue for you all?
No.
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 Hey.
Oh my God.
Diego, how do you feel about the Capone? Like, if this was, I know it's out there, but imagine what that would be like in this aspect, if you like. This would be nothing to him.
Oh no, definitely no. No big
It
deal,
would be
right?
nothing. No big deal.
That was brought up.
Um,
Yeah, that was brought up before. I got your email, by the way, and the person that sent that to me. Thank you. No, I agree. It would be nothing to him. And real quick to go
yeah.
back to what you said, Clue, that was brought up before. About Batanti. Richard Batanti is a very, very good investigator, okay, and was hired by the defense for that reason. He's got a very good, if you go look him up, he's got a very good track record, so on and so forth. So again, going back to what you said, it was already brought to my attention months ago that they believed that he was looking at some things that probably were not being done correctly. We'll just say it that way. And that really caught my attention when I heard that Clue. So I'm curious to say, like you just said, what if that is one of the things? If Bethany's statement was supposed to be in the PCA and it's not for whatever reason, purposely wasn't put in there, and some other things like that had gone down as well. And I'd be curious to see when we hit trial, or maybe before, if these things come out and they're like, hey, maybe that's why the defense is so confident, because they know some things that were mishandled, I guess, for lack of better terms.
Yeah.
And I'm
Well, look,
expecting,
I mean,
honestly,
a defense is never confident, is it? A defense, when you're defending yourself, you're not confident, especially if the world is and the media is. But the law, like the truth, will out. So let's hope for that. Goodness.
I don't think there are. I agree. I don't think there are, but I have a feeling that we're gonna get some info from some stuff that he has found out in the background. And I think I said a long time ago, actually, that I think that some of these things are gonna blow the top off of this in some senses for some people too. Just curious as to see if it's gonna be when we go to trial, or if something's gonna pop off before that. I don't know. I don't know for sure, but I'm curious. I really am. But thank you for bringing that up, Clue, because that's a big point with me. A very big point with me. After looking at anybody, I don't know if you have looked into Richard Batanti. He's a very, very, very good investigator. Very good, and he definitely knows what he's doing and has found out some things on certain cases that most anybody else wouldn't. So look into him, seriously. Look into him, because it makes a lot of sense. Defense should have spent money on identifying the car in the video. They say it's the defendant in the video. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, good point. Alyssa Mathis also has her own company. Yeah, that's another good one. You're right, Johanna. Exactly. So, yeah, that's a good point that you brought that up, Clue. I've actually expected to see some of that stuff hit the fan already. Hold on, guys, 1 second.
Here's what's scary though. Some of the main shit we all might want to see, we might not see because, it's being controlled on a YouTube platform. So
Sorry, guys, go ahead now.
I agree with that.
What did you say?
What I mean? Huh?
What did you say? I didn't hear you.
Oh, I said that, some of the shit that some of us really want to see, we might not see because it's basically being, controlled on the judge's Facebook platform. So
do you think, here's the thing, that's a good point too. Do you think that, I know how you feel, Brian, about Moscow PD. A lot of us know. A lot of people feel the same way. But do you think we're really going to actually see that if there were the mistakes that were made? Do you think they're going to be shown to us?
I hope so.
I don't think they will.
Yeah, no, I don't either. I think they'll get away with it just like Truckee.
But then why is she asking for training records and shit?
Yeah.
Because
Some of
she's
that
defending him, but why are they not turning it over? She doesn't have any of that.
how do you know that though, Brian? Because she has stated her and
Okay, that's fair. We don't know. That's fair.
she stated that everything she's asked for from the prosecution they have given her. So that tells me that if they're still waiting on any kind of discovery on anything, the only people that aren't giving it over is the FBI to the state for the state to give to them. So, it's not the state that's not cooperating. It's the FBI, in my opinion.
That's weird.
But the bottom line
none of
is
them-
nothing
none of
is
them
getting
could even-
turned over, right? That's it's like weird. Discovery is classic criminal stuff.
I
You
think
turn
she's
over
gotten
your
everything.
stuff. We're 9 months into this, and you're not turning it over.
I think at
Like,
this
how do
point,
you get away with this? That's my
Well,
question.
that's why they had to keep going back in front of the judge, and that's why there was 10 motions for discovery, and that's why
It's
there was.
weird.
I mean,
I
I
mean,
get it. Go ahead. Boo.
to be fair, they couldn't even agree all sects of Ellie involved, the federal level, the state, the local. They couldn't even agree on tearing the house down or not. So what, you know what I mean?
That's true.
Yeah, right.
I want to ask
Absolutely.
Cluminati something. In that last PCA or document we saw, how many times did they say they interviewed Bethany?
Includes document.
It just says numerous, I think. Hold on, I got my mouth full of cheese balls. Let me look.
That's what I was wondering if it said numerous, several.
By the way, if you could send that document to me, Clue, I would like in an email or something. If you have no problem with that, I would really appreciate that.
It just says
Scroll up. I think it's on the page prior.
over here.
No.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, this one here.
Damn, that smells good.
She was interviewed by the police on several occasions. It doesn't say exactly how many.
And that's
Several.
the same. Yeah, that's the same way with the PCA, right? They don't specify.
Yeah, it says
No, but sorry to interrupt, but any time was she offered Miranda?
Oh,
Any time, because of course, if she isn't, then yeah, exculpatory is going to come down fast.
I mean, she has 2 lawyers.
right.
I don't think they do anything without making sure it's completely legal with this girl.
So it's a proper no comment.
I don't
no
think
comment.
exculpatory
Yeah, I
has
get it.
anything to do with Miranda. Yes, I am.
No,
a mental
you're
health
right.
provider.
Brian, you are exactly right, mate. Sorry.
But what I'm saying, what I was
slipped up
getting,
there.
I'm retired and old.
what I was getting to
Yeah,
with Bethany
but-
is
Hold on. Go ahead.
It
Ridley.
just
someone
seems-
barely mentioned in a PCA, but yet she's for some
Brian,
reason they want to
you
keep.
interrupted. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right.
There's
You're right.
a little bit of a delay too, you guys, so that's why that happens from time to time. Go ahead, Riddler. I'm sorry.
Okay. But for someone to be interviewed multiple or several times, but there's very little about her in the PCA.
Right.
What was it they had to keep bringing her back for? Why
That's
does she have to
Hmm.
be? Why does she? There's something there that they had to keep questioning her multiple times.
That's a good point.
I can see why they would investigate Dylan multiple times, but what we don't know is we don't know if Bethany saw anybody in that house.
I think they have stuff on Dylan as it relates to vitamins, but they have nothing on Bethany. And I think Bethany comes
Vitamins?
from money.
Are
Bethany,
you sure, Brian? How do
On
you?
vitamins?
Where do you get?
What the hell?
Stoned.
oh,
What the
you
fuck
guys
are you
kept
talking
making
about?
you all kept telling me I couldn't say drugs. So
Oh,
I
God.
can't vitamin.
How does that say
Dago, help me, support me. You
B12.
and
Creatine now.
Jay totally wouldn't let me say drugs. So I
One
came
at
up
a
with
time, one at a
vitamins.
time. Okay, I know, and that's Brian. That's why he's saying it like that. He's talking about drugs because we're trying to keep.
No, Dago, I want you to tell them that you and CJ kept telling me I couldn't say drug. So I came up with vitamins.
We're trying to keep it clean. That's why he says it like that.
Yes, the suicidal stuff. Give me a break. What I did for a living, I don't call it unaliving. Okay, we talk about it in treatment.
I get it. I get
Okay,
it.
so Dago, I want you to tell them all that you told me over and over for months that I'm not allowed to say drugs.
When we were on that other channel, yes, I absolutely agreed with that.
Yeah.
That was
so I came up with another way.
And that's fine.
The only way I did it was vitamins.
That's
fine.
I
call that reasonable. And this is so funny to hear your all's reaction. Okay. To me, it was so ridiculous. Same thing with suicide. What do you think I did for a living? In treatment team, we talk about unaliving. That's ridiculous.
It's because
you talk to me not to do it.
Brian, listen, it's because YouTube does not like certain words.
I know. So I came up with vitamins.
They will flag our channels if we say certain things. Some people don't care, some people do. So either way,
now I'm really happy.
I wasn't trying to be funny. Like I literally was sitting there like maybe that's how she's so tall.
What
did you say that again, too?
I said I wasn't trying to be funny. I was literally sitting here like, well, maybe that's how she got so tall.
The vitamin.
Yeah. Fantastic pen.
Yes, I got you.
Funny stuff. I just did what I had to do to survive. I kept getting in so much trouble on CJ and Dago's channel when I'm trying to talk about drugs. It was like, you can't say that.
You don't say.
So I came up with vitamins. I'm sorry.
Well, James,
Brian, give it 10 years, you'll be a multi-millionaire.
Wait, say it again. What?
I said, give it 10 years, you'll be a multi-millionaire.
I just did what I could do. I couldn't understand all the nonsense. I still don't. With that unaliving shit. Suicide's a real problem in this country, you guys. We should be able to talk about it.
What were we saying, Dago?
I was trying to get Riddler to go ahead and finish what he was saying. I'm sorry that you got interrupted, bud. What was it at the end of what you were saying?
Well, I was going to the fact that they interviewed even Dylan and Bethany several times, but yet you don't see very little about Bethany in the PCAs. For some reason, the state is trying to stay away from her.
Exactly. That's what today's show, the whole thing was about. And that's what my question is why? What is the reasoning, the possible reasoning as to why the state, not the defense, but the state is staying away from her? You know what I mean?
To a grand jury.
Let's go there. Let's go there.
You showed us.
Yeah, then when she agrees to talk to the defense, they jump to a grand jury.
Exactly. That was the point. As soon as she said, okay, yeah, I'm not coming back to Idaho. I don't want to be in Idaho, but I will agree to an interview. You can come here to Nevada. We'll have a sit down. We'll have a conversation. As soon as that was agreed upon, boom, the grand jury indictment happened overnight, basically.
And the only person that hasn't said that, like the only other person that did that was Letitia Stout.
Okay.
Boom. Do you get me?
Yeah, no, I know what you mean. But that goes back to the question. What Ritter was talking about is what is, and again, making sure the understanding the verbiage. Why is the state staying away from Bethany? Not the defense, but the state. What does Bethany have that the state has their fear of, per se, of her being involved?
It's something exculpatory.
Well, and I think, Riddler's question talking about or point about multiple times they interviewed Bethany, right? And why? And in my mind, it goes to say one of a few things, right? Either I think it's most likely that so if they interview her day one, right, the day they show up, and then upon other interviews with other people, there's things that don't line up with what she said they go back and interview her more, or as more evidence comes about that she may have information on, or may be able to paint a clearer picture of. That's why I think they would go back and interview her more than once, right? Or something where they would say several times.
Yeah,
and to me, it just goes to show in my mind that either somebody said something that she is standing firm against what they're saying, or she's got something that everybody else is against in what they're saying. One of the two is where I'm at with it in my head.
See, I'm thinking two things. Either she's got something that doesn't meet their agenda, or they're getting ready to question her and she's going to say, I'm not answering any questions till my lawyer's present. So now they bring in a lawyer. So it's going to make it multiple times. They got to wait till he gets there. I don't understand it. But for some reason, on all the documents, well, I don't want to say all of them, but on a couple documents I've seen, she's omitted. She's not mentioned.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, there's many a woman in this country that's just said no comment.
Because there was a document that went out, and I'll see if I can find it, and I got it from another channel I was watching. They sent a document out to all the victims and witnesses. And I guess it's an informatory, let them know what's going on. But Bethany did not get one. Now, she may have requested not to get one, but they will. I know even here, they send you a document. We got so-and-so arrested. He's in court and his bond is $10,000. And if he gets bonded out, they send another letter out to everybody that's involved in the case. The state does. Right. So, but here, I didn't see Bethany's name. So I'm wondering, what is it that the state is keeping her suppressed?
And it's got to have something to do with the exculpatory evidence, and that's centering in on that. Exactly. What is that? You know what I mean?
Someone on my chat just said, or are they trying to get her to impeach herself? Keep asking her a question and hope she messes up for the state. That could
be it too. Yeah, that could be it too. You know, ask her the same question again and again and again. Yeah. And when she changes up the answer, boom, there it is. You're caught. That's a good point. Whoever said that that's a good point.
I think it's Gianna.
Okay.
I don't know how to say that.
Good point. Good point. Yeah, that's another point. Midikuye says that she lawyered up quick too. She did, very much so.
Oh yeah,
100%. And you know, her family, there's legal people in her family, from what I understand. So they probably ran her, not walked her, but ran her to an attorney's office and said, nope, no. So, and that, because there's a whole process behind that, Iris. If it is exculpatory, you know, they still have to prove that evidence is real, that it is what it is, to get before anything can happen with that, unless it's something like super dramatic. But you still have to have it go through a process. You know what I mean? So
well, but I think that question that's on the screen brings up a really good point, right? Because even if it is material, nobody knows in a court of law, because they immediately shut down the possibility of what she's got to say being said by going to the grand jury. And it's
right immediately.
It's a question in my mind of why the whole grand jury process for this is crazy to me, because essentially the state is presenting their side to members of the public. Well, you've already presented your side in the PCA and everything that you filed, and the fact that you arrested this guy. So how is a grand jury indictment anything more than an arrest and an accusation? You know, it's just it's a little crazy to me. Because at some point, he's got to be able to say his side of things.
Yeah, right. Exactly. And they have prevented that from the beginning. So, yeah. And that's going to be, whether we like it or not, unfortunately, at the trial. We've had to wait, and we're going to have to wait even longer to get what is Brian's side of things. And
wait, because the defense has to prove their alibi, right? So that means that they're going to have evidence of him actually just driving around?
Actually, the defense doesn't have to prove anything. That's the thing.
I thought they had to back up their alibi.
No, they don't have to prove anything. They just had to give that the prosecution is who has to prove everything. Okay. And
from what I understand, he can't give an alibi now in court because he
right.
didn't give one at that other time limit.
Right. Yeah, that's how that works.
And that's how I kind of come in, because of course he is doing what I think he's doing. Like, he was an addict, and so
I don't know. That was back when he was 18, though, so I don't know what.
Yeah, he was in it for like a year.
Yeah, I don't know what.
Look. Oh, so you can do. Oh, wow! It's almost amazing, but I think that he was trying to. A Batman, he was trying to save everyone that was being an arsehole, I reckon. That's my view. I can't, like somebody said to me earlier, like, how do you, and I said, oh, my son or something. But look, he's a grown man now. He's going to be at least in his mid-30s before he ever gets out of there. And is that the price you pay? I just hope and pray he never goes back to that demon that he was part of. I really recommend that people look into people.
Yeah, right. I got it. Deborah just made a good point too, that has been talked about as well, saying it's just her thought. But what if the reason that Bethany's terrified of going back to Moscow is because of other people who know what she knows, and it's not BK that she's terrified of? Because I couldn't see her being afraid of BK anyway. You can't get to her. But that's a good point too. On it. So, I don't know. There's a lot to it. There's a whole lot to it. Excuse me, guys. But that's, like I said, today's whole thing was, and I like everybody's
Hello?
Sorry about that. My grandkids are in the other room. I was trying to calm down a bit, making a bit of noise, that's all. Let's see. Sleuthy just said, lawyer agrees that the judge won't deny him to bring his alibi. Okay. Good to. Yeah, and that's basically what I've been trying to talk about, Legendary. And that's what it was about, was why Bethany wasn't in the PCA. She was just mentioned. She wasn't in there like Dylan was in there. And being that, the fact that she was there, as we've been told, from what we can tell, or was she? Why was there not more of her in the PCA? Do you know what I mean?
She was sleeping the whole time.
What's that?
I said maybe she was sleeping the whole time.
Well, we know that that's not true if we're going to go along with what Steve Gonsalves said.
Well, and if what Richard Batanti says, right, she thinks she heard and saw. So, I mean, she had to be at least conscious and awake and alert, right? So, I mean, I think it's just that it doesn't go with the prosecution's case, so they don't put it in there.
Yeah. I mean, but how messed up is that they don't give a shit about truth? They just give a shit about having one side to prosecute somebody. That's kind of screwed up if you really think about it, no?
No, I agree with that completely.
Yeah, and then like I said, if you take what I just said, that and the fact that Steve said that both the roommates were texting back and forth during the commission of the crime. So they were awake, or they wouldn't be texting in their sleep. You know what I'm saying? They knew what was going on in my opinion.
Howard Bloom said that.
Yeah, right. Wasn't there another interview with him stating that himself, though?
Not that I remember.
Steve himself actually said that he knew that they were texting back and forth. I think
it does sound familiar. Now that you said it the second
time. I'm telling you, I heard him say that in one of his interviews, that he knew based on information he received, that they were texting back and forth.
Well, it
during the
only
commitment.
makes sense because one of my theories is that Dylan was freaking out, saw this person, because y'all know I stay 50-50, guilty or innocent. It is what it
Yeah.
is till I have
Right.
everything, right?
Yes.
One of my theories could
No, I was just messing around
definitely
with it.
be that she was terrified, messaged Bethany and was like, girl, I just saw somebody walking through here. He was dressed in all black and had on a mask and everything. And
Yeah.
Bethany's downstairs and she's like, oh, it's okay. I looked outside and I didn't see anything. You're fine. Just go back to bed, girl. And guess what? They went back to bed.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I gotta
but
find that interview. I gotta find that interview.
No.
And that Jesse makes a good point too.
No.
You know, what interests her is that the timeline changed due to
So then, why didn't you go get help from people in the house then?
Mm.
well, they didn't leave their rooms according to what we know.
Well, no. I'm saying if we're gonna go with what you just said, clue. Okay, so she locks her door, goes back to bed, or whatever. Bethany says, "Don't worry about it." She goes back to bed. Then Dylan comes across or can't get into whoever's room. Then why wouldn't she go upstairs to get help from somebody or somebody, like one of her roommates? Why is she calling anybody from outside of the house on a Sunday morning at 11 o'clock when, like I said, most people are hungover and some people are still drunk at that point, yet you're not going to your roommates for any help. You're contacting somebody from the outside. That's what I can't figure out.
Yeah, I get it. And listen, that reminded me of something else that I had heard a long time ago. And I'm going to have to go try to find this somewhere, but it was stated somewhere like a year ago that Dylan had actually, I think it was Dylan, contacted her mother that same morning as well around 10 a.m. And the conversation was never had about any of this. So do you see what I'm saying? And I don't know if that's true. I don't know if that's true, guys. It was something that was talked about, and I would like to find out if that's true. Because that's a whole other thing that you just throw into that cogwheel. You know what I mean?
So, Dago, I have a
Yes,
question
ma'am.
for you.
Yes.
Where it says Dylan originally stated that she went to sleep in her room, do you think that means that's what she originally said, or she moved rooms somewhere in the house?
I wondered that myself because of the way the verbiage is. Dylan originally stated, did she change that? Or is that that's what I took that as? Where is it? Let me see it. It's in, you know, oh my God.
It's way further up. It's at the beginning.
Yeah.
The problem with that is that she never stated it. It's been stated by somebody else.
Well, we don't know for a fact, but yeah, I see what you're saying. It was given to us as a
Yeah,
third
we
party.
do. We know for a fact it's been stated by someone else.
Well, they better have recorded some kind of shit.
What
that
I'm
they're gonna
saying,
say.
you may have said that to that person. We don't know for a fact if that's true or not, though. Okay, hold on.
Yeah, in the PTA, it's been stated. Sorry.
Okay.
That's too aggressive.
I'm
But she's never stated anything. Not that we've seen.
It's on down, I think.
Yeah, I've looked at this so many times. I should be able to go right to it.
Right there. That's right. It's on the next page.
DM stated he originally went to sleep in her bedroom on the southeast side of the second floor. DM stated that she was awoken at approximately 4 a.m. So
One's seen it.
DM stated that she.
Hold on.
Okay,
I think there's a delay, honestly. DM stated she originally went to sleep in her bedroom. So I see what you're saying. To me, that sounds like she originally went to sleep in her bedroom and then ended up somewhere else.
That's what I think too.
Well, and
So
what
what
this
the
kind
hell?
of implies too is that Bethany is the one that said everybody was in their room or asleep by 4. Because if
Yeah.
Dylan was in her room and was awoken at 4 o'clock,
She had to be sleeping.
Bethany's the only one that could say anything,
Right.
past whatever time Dylan went to sleep. So,
Yes, sir. Yes,
And
sir.
nobody on this planet has seen that sworn statement. No one.
We're not going to until the trial.
Yeah, we're
Well,
not
I
going to
don't
see
know
that
this-
in the trial.
and I don't know that
Then
it
that's
would even
what
be a
we say.
sworn statement. It would just be,
Really?
it may be a recording of an interview that the police did
Wouldn't it
with
be
her.
a marvelous time if we could have done that for the grand jury?
Well, we don't know that they didn't. We don't know that they didn't show that to the grand jury or have them hear that, but
But
who knows?
wouldn't you say that if they had, that it wouldn't go to trial? If a little girl is going, well, I saw this, I saw that, I saw, it would have made so much of a difference.
I mean, it could, yeah, very possible. Very possible. That's somebody else in chat just said something about that too. That's another, well, again, guys, you got to pay attention. We know that the people that wrote this are allowed to form this in their own words. They didn't have to take word for word what she said. Because I see people saying what 20-year-old says awoken and stuff they don't. You're right. But that was the writings of the officer that wrote this. But yeah, there's you've got to read this again and again and again. And like I said, the verbiage in this is really interesting. But yeah, I'm starting to think she originally stated she went to sleep in her bedroom. That does tell me that she ended up somewhere else. It really does. But didn't we also hear at some point that they were together in another room? Wasn't that said somewhere?
We heard a lot of shit.
Well, I know we heard they were both on the first floor, is what we heard in the beginning, right?
Right.
And I think it was sort of interpreted to mean that they were both in Bethany's room. That's the way I interpreted it when it first came out.
Yeah.
So what woke Dylan up at 4 a.m.? Because remember now, he's still driving around at 4:07.
It says that she was woken approximately 4 a.m. by what she stated sounded like Goncalves playing with her dog in one of the upstairs bedrooms.
That's a good point, Riddler. Because I've been asking how the hell she knew to open up that door the third time. But
so
that's a good question on what woke her up if she didn't hear anything out.
Let me ask you this, though. Let's take that statement. She was awoken at approximately 4 a.m. by what she stated sounded like Goncalves playing with her dog. What is that? What does that consist of? Playing with the dog, wrestling with the dog?
Exactly.
That's, I mean, Brian's not even in the house at that time, so you can't say that the act's occurring.
Right. Based on, hey, Sarge, welcome back. Based on what we know, but was it the dog jumping up and down, barking? Was it the dog running back and forth? Bless you. Was it the
Miranda? Stick in the Miranda, and everyone is clear. Like, why on earth are we doing? Oh, look, the dog was doing this. Oh, I don't know. Oh, look, he had bushy eyebrows. Fuck off. Just literally, why hasn't no one sat
Say
down
it again, Vic. Say that again. Come on, say it again for us Americans. We want to hear you say it one more time.
No one sat
Come
down.
on, Vic. Say it again. That's funny.
Stop it. There's no one sat down and said, well, look, we love you, but come on, we want to give you your Miranda, everything you say from now on.
All right, so moving forward with that too, it also says underneath that, which is something that kind of gets me a little bit too, that says a short time later, DM said she heard who she thought was Goncalves say something to the effect of "There's someone here." So
to the effect.
At 4 o'clock. So wait, around the same time that she's hearing somebody play with a dog.
It says a
Right
short
now.
time later.
Hold on. Yeah, okay. So a short time. I need to know what a short time means. Because like I said, Kohlberger's not even in the house at this time.
It doesn't give a time, exact time, which it should have, in my opinion. But okay,
Agreed.
they should have had at least a roundabout time, in my opinion.
Yeah.
But then it says,
What is wrong with you? You want details? It's only a quad murder, Dago. I mean, really.
I mean, they said they gave a detail for the TikTok at 4:12, so they should have given another.
Exactly, the details of everything else in the freaking thing.
And then it says, the review of the records obtained from a forensic download of Kernoodle's phone showed this could also have been Kernoodle, as her cellular phone indicated. She was likely awake and using TikTok. Now, what does that have to do with hearing somebody say somebody's here? Now, is it Kaylee or is it Xana? Because that's two different people on two different floors.
Exactly.
You just used the word likely. That's a big mistake. Never use the word likely.
These details are very vague and for being details, in my opinion.
That's right, and that's why this guy is up for what he's being done for. It just confuses me when like this. No, mum, I don't want to be there. Like I can literally see them folding up right now. Like it's all a bit. I know this is a weird word, but I don't like using it. Privileged, but they're like, no, mum, it got out. I can see them losing it. So
I'm so sorry, Vix. Can you just say F off one more time in your language, just for me? Please, one more time.
In your language.
Brian, fuck off.
Vix, there you go. Yay!
Yay!
Yay, Uncle!
Okay, thank you
But
guys.
when it gets down to where they were interviewed and where they were put, like, I wouldn't know, but in our, like, all of us, you'd want to stick them to the point where, I don't know, pick one. The girl that put a bloke in a suitcase, let's do that one. Or someone that wanted to. It's like, you were there, babe. Sorry, love, but you were fucking there. I want to know what. Oh, I don't know. I don't know anyone else that gets off on. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. It was 8 hours. I don't know.
Did you mute me?
Dago, do you think it might have been the DoorDash?
Hold on, guys.
Okay, I'm sorry. I just was asking. I'm sorry. Go on. I thought you muted me.
What'd you say, bud?
Yeah, it's very offensive.
Okay.
Well, Willie, stop it.
Hold on, brother. Hold on.
Do you think maybe the DoorDash driver woke Dylan when he got there at 3:59 to 4:01 somewhere in that area?
That's what I was going to mention, because
exactly
they stated DoorDash was there at approximately 4 a.m. as well, and it made me wonder if that's what it was. And then we hear that a short time later, Kaylee says that they hear Kaylee say approximately that around that time too, that someone's here. So maybe that was what they saw was the DoorDash.
So let me ask you then, why isn't her first time opening that door her seeing Xana with the food then? Because at that point, like I said, Brian's not in the house yet. So if she was awoken by this noise, blah blah blah, and she went and opened her door, she would have seen Xana awake and everything, correct?
Willie, I think you're expecting their times to be too specific. I mean, they don't really know. I think you're following it too close. Like they say,
that's my question.
I was going to say that we're back to where we were, like people that were stalking, and he made a point of saying, I weren't looking. I didn't look at them. I didn't make sure they were going in. It was so pervy. It was beyond. And the way it kept going on, it was a whole sentence of how he literally was nothing to do with it. Do you get me? We've all been there where people put themselves in the front and center. And he went and found them. He went and found the police. He went and found everything else and gave him his actual account of his drop off, noting that he had nothing to do with it. Isn't that amazing?
Yeah. Yeah. It definitely doesn't make a lot of sense in that sense. But
Nope.
what I was going at is, yeah, I agree, Riddler, that definitely could have been the DoorDash as well. If you put the things in order that are going on at the certain times, I can agree to that. But I let's go back through that one more time. I have a big problem with the I just lost my train of thought now. Hold on, guys. When Dylan opened her door at some point,
there you go.
When she opened her door at some point, she thought she heard somebody whimpering or being upset or whatever. It's right or wrong. Why did she not go check on that situation instead of just shutting her door and moving on?
Exactly.
That's why some of this stuff is hard for me to believe it's in this. Okay.
But what if they were doing some like vitamins and they're coming down? 4 months ago, I looked up Molly. Now, for me, I think that house is ecstasy and Molly. It's sexual. We've got dudes coming out with tie wrists on their wrists all the time, everything else. Kaylee's coming out with shit hanging out of her dress on that body cam. I think there was a lot of wild stuff going on there. And it's related to Molly ecstasy, which makes you horny. Okay, that's just how it works.
I will say one thing: because it was stated that they were out doing stuff, so on and so forth. They're kids. It's college. We don't know exactly what was going on, and I'm not going to claim to know. Anybody could be doing anything. Could have been drinking. They could have been doing this. They could have been doing that.
No, all I'm saying is, dude's coming out with handcuffs on his hand. Okay, Kaylee on that daytime body cam. If you all look, ladies, Clue, you did it. Clue, you saw the strings hanging out of her thing. I think the reason why it took so long for them to come to the door was they had to get dressed. Clue, are you here?
But why is the exact time of her waking up not listed? Because the first thing anybody ever does when they wake up is what? They check their phone.
Yeah. I would imagine you would look
passive aggressive.
410, 413, 405, 403. That's my thought.
So when it says that she woke up approximately 4 o'clock, like I said, 4 o'clock right now with their timeline, 4 o'clock and 407, 408 is a big ass difference, because that's the difference of something happening to them at that time and Brian still driving around, or Brian in the house and something happened to them. So
considering how traumatic this experience has to have been, if I looked at my phone at 4:03 a.m. because I heard a situation going on, I'm going to remember that it was 4:03, in my opinion. Okay,
right?
Now, that's what my issue has been with this.
Willie, why do you keep going back to the PCA? It's so bewildering to me.
I ain't going back to shit because, again, the PCA is what they're going to base the whole trial off of. So, again, I just have questions on the account of this witness.
Yeah, we don't have anything else to refer.
Another way to look at this is that I know, like, there's about 2 of us in here, and we're girls, etc. And we are really good at that age. I think that we trusted our boys. So everyone that was at the party or the night after the party, all of the football shit, and notice the main or the common denominator in all of it. What you see is that these police officers are like the parents, and they rock up any time they like, do what they like, and these kids are being kids, or young people. All I'm trying to say is that everyone that gets in the way of that is an arsehole, and I reckon that they'd worked out the arsehole. All right,
Willie.
I reckon they'd worked them out
What's up?
for deaths, for
Question.
definite. So
Do you
everything
respect
beyond
Moscow
that
Police
is a
Department?
money-making thing.
Question. Do you respect Moscow Police
Is
Department,
it worth
Willie?
it?
Do you think that they're respectable? The FBI, everything in this case, Willie. Where'd Willie go? Oh, Willie, you just zoned out.
No,
I'm
trying to get I'm trying to get the timing right to answer you. It's hard.
I know it's hard. Do you just overall trust Moscow Police Department, Idaho FBI in this entire mess? Do you really think? Do you like respect Payne and believe he's writing shit right?
Well, again, seeing how they handled the scene and hearing when he got there and all this shit that, in my opinion, is against protocol. I mean, no, I don't agree that they handled everything properly and did everything by the book by any means. No. And
But I am not being a dick. I adore you, Willie. What I'm saying is, why do you keep going back to liars? They're crooked.
We have nothing else to refer to, Brian. We have no choice.
How
Yeah,
come I can't get that? I don't get that. I read the PCA and I went through it, and then after 3 months, it's
because here's my thing. Because Brian, here's my thing. I don't know what this whatever the hell his rank is or what these cops. Okay, I don't know what their gain is. I don't know what their gain is from 4 dead kids.
Well, can I just say it's much more simple than that. These are the arguments being put up against a man's life, and they're the arguments that we're referring to simply because they're the arguments.
I just
it's
don't.
Not any
believe
more
the
simple than that. I mean,
I don't believe
whether
the
they're
PCA.
lying or not will be discovered in time. But
yes.
But
Yes.
just
How can I believe the
let me
PCA?
finish, please,
They
there,
just
Willie.
destroyed the house.
Hold
I've
on,
been
hold
here
on.
for what? 20 minutes. I haven't said a word.
Brian, hang on.
Good luck, sir.
Right. And so if you're going to have any discussion of the case at all, you have to discuss the information that's presented to you. You can't just throw it away and make up your own stories. Okay.
And that's it right there. We cannot just make up our own PCA and go based off of what I think it was. Because we don't trust the PCA. We have to, well, what do we, I think this is what happened. We can't put that out. Thank you, Brandy.
Yeah.
But yeah, to finish your question, Brian, the reason I haven't, again, blamed the police or blamed anybody else is because, that's not what is going to happen in real, in reality. That's not what's going to happen. So, me doing that is not doing anything. So, I have to come back to reality, and
But all of us on YouTube can discuss the fact that they have lied and they've been proven wrong.
Oh yeah, you can talk about whatever you want. Yeah, I don't care.
Okay, so for you, you're wildly bright, dude. Why do you keep wanting to go back to a bunch of liars that are crooked and corrupt?
I'm not going back to anything. Because these corrupt liars, whatever you want to call them, put this PCA out, and this is basically the blueprint of what we have to go by with this case.
If we don't talk about the PCA and the things that they've stated, what else? What other lies could there possibly be? If we don't go off of what they said, how can we even say that they're lying or
we'll
not?
be sitting here trying to figure out who did this, and we'd be going freaking insane.
We might as well write our own
it's live.
Right.
I'm missing something. I totally am missing something, you guys. I that Payne guy absolutely hate his guts. I hate it. Ugh. I just can't go back, and I don't want to even go back and ever pull up the PCA ever again. It's a bunch of bullshit. It makes no sense. Cars are going north on roads that go west and east. I mean, give me a break.
So I don't want to, I'm not trying to get political, but I hated Trump at first, but he ran the country pretty damn good.
Oh God.
Just because you hate something or hate someone doesn't mean that they don't know what they're doing.
No, all I'm saying, Clue, is I don't know why Willie keeps or some of it is men. Just and Beyonce does it, just keep going back to the PCA. The PCA is silly.
Because we have to, Brian. We have no other choice. Okay.
Well, that may
if we-
be true, and that's even more
If we
depressing.
didn't, we would have already solved this because three-headed fucking aliens abducted all of them, and that's the end of the
Oh,
story,
stop
right? I
it.
mean,
Well,
I'm
the
just
reason
saying, like,
why
if we don't put some
there's no
reality
trial
to
yet.
this,
Yeah,
right?
there's no
Yeah.
trial.
Okay.
Dago, why are they so infatuated with 4 a.m.? They just keep showing up.
Yeah.
That's something I said myself. Riddler, it's a good point. 4 a.m. has been the time that has popped up in multiple conversations, multiple documents, and it's been referred back to multiple times.
But
Thank
out
you.
of the original time frame, 4 a.m. was the end.
Yes, 3 a.m. was the beginning.
There's a
So,
lot of shit going on. That's 4 a.m.
No, the original was 3 a.m. Sorry.
How
yeah,
can you?
3 to
Well, the
4.
3 a.m. came from the mayor.
3
I would
a.m. to
love
4
for
a.m.
anybody to show me.
Sorry.
I'm looking for it. I would love to
Well,
see anybody
I wanna
show
know what
me
the autopsy
Jesus
says.
saying 3 a.m.
Hmm.
Now, when they
that.
do an autopsy, can they get down to the exact hour or exact minute or anything like that?
depending on the
3-hour window, isn't it?
situation, I think you can get very close to it. But this again, there was an
But
8-hour gap.
that's my question. With the 8 hours and the both doors being open, would that affect the? Obviously, I don't want to get gross, but like the rigor mortis setting in and them determining when the exact cause of death time was.
Well, they look at many things, right? Like the state of
One of them
rigor.
is
They look
actual-
at stomach contents, food.
They look
So,
at
I mean-
the room
liver
temperature, liver temperature.
Liver
They look at a
temperature
bunch
test
of
is
things.
the best way to do that. But here's the thing: is the door was wide open. There was an
Right.
8-hour period. Like in this situation, I've seen things like this happen where the death will occur. Rigor mortis it'll move into rigor mortis, and then it's been so long that rigor mortis releases, and then the body sets. Okay.
Well, Dago, to your point, it really wouldn't matter if the front door was open if what everyone thinks that their doors were shut.
Well, yeah, that's true too. I'm just basing it on something that was said before. So yeah, you're
No, I
right.
know.
You're right. And
So
but
I guess my question is how is four people being murdered if the murderer is not in that house for 12 minutes of it? Because the murders happen between 4 and 4:25. Brian is out driving around until what, 4:07, 4:08, and yet he's on the camera speeding away at 4:20. So you have 5 minutes past 4:20, and you have the minutes leading up until so that would be 12 minutes. So what, like where do you get that time frame that's when the murders occurred if the killer's not even in the home at those times?
Well, go backwards then, Willie. Why did they change the timeline to begin with?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, listen,
what
I
my
can accept the
opinion is?
timeline being changed if evidence presented themselves to give them a different timeline.
That's
Because you're
true.
not talking about hours and hours away. You're talking about, a difference of an hour.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not even, They're saying 3 to 4, but they're saying they narrowed it down for you and said 4 to 4:25. Well, that's yet to be seen.
I
It's
know-
hard to believe that that's true, but let's see what
Right,
they
and
come
I
up with to justify it.
I know what Willie's
And
going
let me
with.
just say this too, though. Whatever Bethany and Dylan's phone contained, whatever it was, had to comport with that new timeline.
Yes.
Okay, which is unequivocally means that they had to be conscious and awake and alert during that time period. So
I agree.
that
I
opens
agree.
up a whole new, encyclopedic
Don't-
questions for those two.
And don't forget that cast has got to line up with it too.
Yes. That's what the big thing's gonna be, is that damn cast.
But
Okay.
the cast doesn't line up with the actual crime because there's no reporting to the network at all until 4 something the next morning, 4:20, 4:48 or 4:47 his phone reports, long after 20 minutes after the crime is done.
Right.
So there'd be no cast for the actual crime night.
Now I
Or
was
telephone
reading on the internet that you can have your phone turned off or put in airplane mode and they still do a cast on it.
Yeah.
I don't know if
And-
that's true. And I would love for an expert to tell us.
Yeah, well,
Yes,
I've
it
never
is.
seen that used in court. Everybody says that, everybody believes that, everybody runs with that, but nobody could show a court case where that's actually been true.
Not once. Because
Not
everybody's
once,
looked.
Oh, as a matter of fact, I saw a judge throw out the cast. It's in
Right.
here.
Really?
Yeah, they'll do that too.
It makes me wonder.
This is
What's going to happen here?
What do we laugh at?
It really meant, and you know what? You're right. I just thought of something, Clue, what you were talking about. If a liver temperature test was done, the heat was on in that house, and a thermostat reads when it gets cold, the furnace turns on. When it gets cold, the furnace turns on. When it gets cold. So if that door was left open and it was cold, it was November, that would mean that furnace probably kicked on again and again and again and again. Yep. If those doors were shut, then it was nice and warm in those rooms, probably too warm. Okay. Oh, yeah. So that should have no bearing on anything other than at all, in my opinion.
Yeah, but the control temperature for those rooms would be a common area in the general area of the home. Those rooms could cool, and yet, yeah, they probably would overheat if the door was open because the thermostat would tell it it's cold. Yeah.
However, it could explain why there's blood on the outside of the home, because the longer it's hot, it's more viscous, right?
Yes, it doesn't. It doesn't coagulate. You're right. Oh shit, that's a good point.
I'm full of
not
those.
for anything, but isn't
because if it was warm in that room, or not warm in that room, I should say, if it got cold, then the air hitting the blood would coagulate the blood.
Right.
The cold air, absolutely. And if not, it would just stay liquid and constantly flow, like you just said. Yes, that's a good point. Good catch, Clue. Good catch.
Well, it's going to flow towards gravity because the heart stopped pumping.
Right, and we know that house was so off center it wasn't even funny. So,
but the spread across the room can be inhibited by the temperature of the room and the floor it's coming in contact with.
Yes.
I remember talking to detectives down in the Gainesville case, and they said we could tell by the puddling of fluid in the body.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, those things that's interesting.
Well, you're looking at what a human, like an adult male, has, like what, 2 or 3 gallons,
I think so,
of blood.
Yeah.
Like you go.
I don't think it's that much. I think it's 6 to 8 quarts, isn't it?
Yes,
a gallon and a half.
That would be a gallon and a half to 2 gallons, Sarge.
Gallon and a half.
Yeah. Not 2 to 3. It's not quite as big as you're measuring it, honey.
Well, it depends. So, hold on. This also depends on, like, are we talking male, female? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so I want everyone right now, just get off the computer, get off the phone, go to your kitchen and throw 3 gallons of milk in the floor and tell me where it goes.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah. Like it's gonna.
Yeah, I'm gonna do
that.
Now their beds will absorb most of it if they're laying on their beds.
Yeah, and
Dana was in the floor.
Right.
So to me, so then why isn't Dylan calling 911 right away if there's that much blood coming from underneath the door?
No, look
I think
back.
it went the other way.
I don't know if she'd be observant to any blood coming out the door. I think we can all agree Dylan poses a question of all questions. There's 1,000 questions that could be applied to this woman.
Oh,
and we can guess all we want. Everything about what we know is illogical. It's not sensible. It doesn't seem reasonable, right?
And that's why I keep saying, why wasn't she given the Miranda whole thing? You know, why is she exceptional? Oh God, I'm not going to get the word, but why is she the exception to the rule? How come
you know
she
why
wasn't questioned?
Listen, we don't know what happened at the beginning. She could have been Mirandized at the very beginning. They both could have been. Okay.
I know why she wasn't a suspect.
No, she wasn't.
Yeah,
blonde hair and boobs.
That's right. She's
free to go, honey.
What happened? Let
me accompany you to my
private. They're saying if it was a male that was there, they were males, they would have been arrested on spot, probably.
Oh yeah,
I don't care.
They'd probably been held overnight.
Well, that's the answer.
Yeah.
You say why? You know, why is she the exception? Because she
don't know.
is
all scared.
We don't know. Well, we don't know that they were not Mirandized in the very beginning.
Yeah, we don't know they weren't. Right.
Okay.
We should know. We should know. I mean, Redlick, I've said this over and over. Like, that woman sat there, her husband was dying, bleeding out, and 11 hours later, she decided, oh, I better ring 911. same deal. She come out of that like smelling of roses. So how come you can do that with another adult? I don't care what you say. She was an adult. She knew. And all that opening, shutting doors, etc. Why did nobody just put in a room? I'm all right with it. I have nothing, but I would have loved to have known how that went down. How come you can't put someone under Miranda to say something? No, what we'll do, we'll stick it in the PCA. We'll just do that. She opened, shut a door, and that's what she saw. And that's all we get. No, some people have actually gone to prison for that kind of crap. But this lady has escaped any kind of questionable. I don't get it.
She's a chick.
She's the what?
There's your answer.
Willie, don't be rude. That's not the attitude, son. That's not.
What do you mean? The
attitude.
cops are looking at it like, how is she going to overpower 3 people and Ethan and do this? So how are they going to look at her as a suspect? It's tough when she doesn't fit the description of somebody that's able to do this.
Man, there's been some chicks.
I disagree that she
but
doesn't
look,
fit
I wouldn't look at it that way, would you?
But she would have blood all over. I mean, you figure
She had 8 hours to clean.
there'd be. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
But the cops would find evidence of cleanup.
Would
So if the cops found evidence of cleanup and then go directly to the 2 people that were in the house for 8 hours, then yeah, we got an issue. But we don't know that yet.
I want to go
So
back
they
to
It's a real shame. It's like,
But the latent shoe print, I don't know. I mean, maybe.
I want to go back to the fight over there at the frat house.
All right, hold on one second. Did you say something, Clue?
I was just gonna say Riddler can go, but when he's done, fiance has just had a realization about Cast.
Okay, yeah, that's cool. Go ahead, Riddler, real quick.
When they were over there at that frat party or the clubhouse, and Ethan supposedly got in a fight. I don't know if it was a scuffle. I don't know if blood was drawn, a split lip, a tooth knocked out, whatever. Bethany should have been there, right? According to her testimony.
Yeah, based on what we heard, right?
Okay, maybe, just maybe, this is only allegedly. She heard the guy that he was going to fight said, "I'll come back and get you," or even worse than that.
Yeah,
I'll unalive you.
You're right.
When they get in a fight, and
Kara did clarify. Jana's mother clarified that fight did happen that night based on what she knows from what she was told. So I don't know. So yeah.
So here's where I go with that. That woman confuses the what out of me because she states she hasn't talked to anybody, even Jasmine. She hadn't even talked to her daughter since it happened in one interview, but yet
I know
that there was a fight. Like, be for real.
When she was on panel with Jules in Crime Sleuthing, she clarified that, and I had the same question: is how do you know that for sure? So I'm basing it because she's a parent to one of the victims that she knows. That's all I do. I take their word for what I can, because they are family, and that's just out of respect. But you have a very huge point right there.
Well, it's just like when she talked about Xana's dad changed the locks, right? If you listen to Xana's dad's interview, he says, I was really proud of her. She was helping Ethan with his studies. Yeah. She had changed a lot.
A lot. Yes. Yep. That was clarified too. You're right. I remember that. So yeah.
So can we take out, like with Steve? Can we do that with him too?
Cletus.
I mean, you can do that with anybody you want based on your own volition. You know what I mean?
No, but parents are parents, and what they believe is everything. But we know that Steve has had this thing. Where
I'm not trying to be rude. I'm not trying to be rude, but it's like
I'm just comparing.
If I was gonna choose, like, a designated driver, right? I
know what you're
wouldn't
saying.
choose. I
Right.
wouldn't choose one who had a past record of 18 million DUIs. Like, I'm not going to put my trust with my
I get
life
what
behind
yes.
your
I get
driving.
what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
Well, and in regards to Steve, I think, I think you have to consider everything Steve says in terms of how he's been influenced by law enforcement, because they're the ones that he's talking to primarily. I mean, he makes it known that they're telling him, we've got this in the bag. You need to relax. You're aggressive, blah, blah, blah. So, I think you have to look at anything he says through that lens as well.
Also with that, he's been involved from day one, the minute one, and not stop involved in everything that's happened. And I have to say, it's hard to not believe or to take anything he says for being God's word. You know what I'm saying? So
There's nobody else, though. There's really no one else.
right. So I mean, based on the person that he's shown us that he is, I have no reason to believe anything he says is not gospel, because he has to be that involved in it to know what he, in some senses, what he's saying. I'm sure he's made mistakes. I'm sure that he's good to see you too, Green Eyes. I'm sure that he's, been upset and misheard something here or there, but I would imagine that if it was a statement that was put out, that it would be corrected. That's all.
Well, and that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not saying he said anything that he's later said he feels is wrong or anything. I'm just saying I think a lot of what he says is heavily influenced by
Yes.
LE, because everything he knows. I mean, the defense isn't talking to him. I can't imagine a situation where that's the case, right?
Yeah.
And so I got to
even
assume
a bit more twisted in that. It's like the guy operating on your child is telling you what he's telling you, and you have to put your faith and hope that guy's doing everything he can do, right?
Yeah, and
So he's in
all
a
the
very
mums,
precarious position.
all the mums do as well. Everyone. It's not just about him. I just think he's more outspoken.
Well, absolutely. He's an alpha, and he has taken that role on 100%.
Go for it. I think that most women choose that. I think that the girls that are in this situation didn't. And whilst all the guys that have been, I don't know what you've seen, but it just seems bizarre, the rituals and all of that they have to go through, and that women have to go, yeah, you're so cool. No, it's really
What are you
bizarre.
talking about? Where's that going?
Well, haven't you seen what they have to go through, like the proper? Don't know. It's really strange. I think there's a few
Yeah,
channels.
guys, listen, everybody's welcome in chat to your own opinions, please. But I'm asking.
Yeah.
No, I'm talking about in chat, not you, Vix. In chat, anybody just
Okay.
don't be disrespectful towards the families of the victims, guys. That's all I'm asking. Not that
No.
anybody, just trying to keep it clean. That's all.
I suppose what we say about the alpha, it's very difficult for kids of a certain age, and we're talking about our girls, and that's what you've got to aspire to. But it's awful. I'm looking for a word, I can't find it, but I do know that there's a lot of shit that they put themselves through just to make themselves seem like a proper man or something. And the girls will kind of cheer on, etc. And the Fight Club thing, that was kind of cool to find out about. It's all good, and to like have our girl Zana, feel part of that. I don't know. I mean, I know what I'm trying to say, but I'm saying that alpha is a really strong kind of word, and I'm sure Steve, is feeling the same way as any parent. So I didn't want to get anybody's knickers again in a knot. I'm just saying that he's not the only one that kind of has a voice, because I'm pretty sure that whilst he came forward, there's a lot of women, mothers, not many fathers. I know that Maddie's dad has said a few things, but all of them are really, or I couldn't even conceive what they're going through. But
I agree.
I do, yeah. I just find that it's like that's nearly 9 parents, I think. Nine parents I've counted. And for him to be a spokesman, I think it's great, go for it. But when the other people kind of pipe up, it's always kind of, well, no, Steve's got this. And I'm glad for that, but it's kind of well, man, you don't kind of cover everybody. So
Right.
yeah.
What did you have going there, Cletus, when it came to the cast?
What were you going to say about the cast, Cletus? I'm sorry.
Well, so Sarge was talking about it last night, and he threw something
Who
out
was?
that you were
Oh.
last night. You were talking about it,
Those ribs were so good, I forgot my handle. I'm sorry.
Hey, Clue, real quick. Look at the back chat, Clue. Go ahead, Cletus.
So Sarge was talking about last night. We were talking about the cast, and he said the cast is nothing more than the cell phone tower. It's the same thing as the pings, and it threw me because I had seen on I've got a lot of experience with that type of thing, but I didn't.
Right.
I hadn't fully looked into what CAST is, right? Which it's simply an acronym for the Cellular Analysis Survey Team. It's a group of the FBI, and all that really is a type of analysis of the same cell phone data, the network data that they would already have. It's just a way of that group looking at it. And so I going back and looking at this and really thinking about that, it's like, it's almost kind of I don't even know what the word is, but it's sort of unimportant in my opinion that they put this in the PCA because they already said they got the network records. Well, the network records is the same thing as the cast data, and it's just, I don't know, it's just sort of an aha moment I had in my head.
Well, that's funny because when you looked at it at first, you said, you know what, Sarge was right. You didn't say that just then.
What?
That he was right.
Well, Sarge was right.
I don't need to hear it. I hear where he's coming from, and that's something I hear quite often. It gets boring.
Well, it's just interesting to me because I think a lot of people have grouped. I know I've fallen victim to listening to what other people have said about it without doing my own research on it. And people have talked about, oh, well, it's gonna involve his phone, the tilting of his phone, and all that. But that's completely separate from the whole cast data aspect of it.
Yep.
And it's like when you really look at that, it's almost like they threw that into the PCA as more of a incriminating and damning thing against him, but it really means nothing more than what they already had, except for that the FBI actually investigated it. And it's crazy.
Unless they could triangulate it, and in this case, they're probably not going to be able to triangulate because of the towers. And then also, I don't think it's that exact. No matter how you come to a conclusion, there's always a margin of error in these things, because there's times where you'll overlap coverage on towers. It's not like a tower picks you up and a tower drops you. You could be in the same place and hit all three towers at different moments in that conversation.
Well, in reality, you're hitting.
It's not. It could be pretty close, I guess, if you've got substantial amount of data. But I think for what they have in this case, the data is going to be limited. And also, I think we've already been told that the FBI didn't do the analysis. A policeman did in Moscow.
And you look in the PCA, and they're not going to be required.
Cop did it.
Exactly. I knew
what
a mate.
qualification does he have to do cast work?
Yes, ma'am.
Why are there fallopian tubes on your screen?
I was pulling something up and I was reading about cast, and it gave me a whole weird ass. I don't know what the hell that.
Type in FBI Cellular Survey.
Go women.
There you go. That's how you'll find it. It will not pull up fallopian tubes. Cellular Analysis Survey Team.
Well, the
X-rated, and he didn't even warn us.
From what I read, the cast they used in the Lori Vallow case took them to within 3 feet of the grave they were looking for.
Yep, that's what I heard too. Which is why
when you could triangulate the signal or have more than 3 towers, you can narrow down that location. But when you
Yeah,
have one
3
tower,
feet.
Well,
That's
you,
but
you
they
have
don't.
an
They,
issue without being able to triangulate, and it becomes a best guess.
well,
And
but
that's
that,
going
but
to have a margin of error, probably up to half a mile,
you got to consider though, it's
maybe
back
more.
in the day at one point when it was one sector per tower, you'd be right. But now every tower has got 2 to 3. And even if that phone's not in, let's say that phone's in a call at any given point in time, it could connect to every sector on every tower that serves that area, and the network's going to put that call on whatever sector has the strongest signal from that phone. But in terms of his phone being off, the only question in my mind is if his phone's off, it may still try to register. I really don't know how it would work now, but I know back in the day it would still somewhat try to register. And I don't know if that's what they're referring to or if they're just throwing something out there that ultimately has no merit at all. Because that's
Well,
really what
they've
seems to me.
already exposed themselves by telling you his phone was turned off, and that was it.
Right.
For it. Now there's no tracking him at all. No mention of his card
No,
connected.
well,
to him.
I don't know.
Oh.
I mean, I got a bit oh dear about the Wi-Fi. I did. I was like, oh, like the Wi-Fi thing is like I struggle.
Excuse me.
What Wi-Fi thing?
You've got, well, you've got to have a password. So Steve
Yeah,
said,
but
well,
what Wi-Fi got to do with this? And this, what are you
because
referring to the
Steve,
Wi-Fi?
well, yeah, Steve said that it touched their Wi-Fi.
No, it didn't touch the Wi-Fi.
Well,
No,
but I'm saying that's what he said.
Yeah,
There's no
Yeah,
confirming
Steve,
report of that at all.
No, Steve did. I'm not saying it was reported. I'm saying that Steve said it touched, the Wi-Fi
I never heard
with
him
the
say
girl.
that. Has anybody
oh
else
yeah,
heard
yeah. I know what she's talking about when he said that it was way early on, and he
Yeah.
said something about it. What the hell word did he use? That it touched it? Yeah, it touched on the Wi-Fi of the house.
Touched their Wi-Fi. Yeah.
I can't. Those were his exact words, actually. But that was never proven that I know of. So I don't know if it was a
No.
reference he was making, as in that he thought that it would have because of considering the fact that he was there 12 times, or if he actually knew.
Right,
So
and the arrest warrant came out a month after they started investigating, not just him, but the crime scene. So
right.
it would have been, it would have been important to know if they'd have picked him up hitting that Wi-Fi. They'd have known that long before an arrest warrant.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
I agree.
And that's never been,
that
there's
was
never
the
been a
only thing
motion
that,
filed or any discussion in any court document to anybody. The only thing we do know for sure is the lawyer states that there's no connection between Kohlberger, electronically or otherwise, and the victims.
Yeah, when I
That
heard
was
that,
stated
I
by the
thought,
defense team. So
Yeah.
that would exclude him connecting to their router, their Wi-Fi.
So which PCA got him arrested?
I wish my speaker would touch my Wi-Fi. It's really low.
Was it the one
I can't believe it.
Was it the PCA in Idaho or is it one in Pennsylvania? Because I'm trying to figure out when they said the DNA matched Brian Colby, the one they found on the knife sheath. What was that matched to? From the DNA they got out of the garbage can?
No,
that's what I guess. That's how they. No. The DNA matched to the DNA from the knife sheath, and they found it based on the tree that they built from the garbage can DNA from that.
Okay.
That's how I took it. I mean, if I'm wrong, somebody fix me, but I think that's how it is.
So then, in other words, he had to get I'm trying to figure out how this worked. Okay, they got his DNA. They're working with Pennsylvania. Idaho's working with Pennsylvania.
No, by now it's called IgG. Take DNA out of your vocab. IgG.
They didn't have his DNA when they issued the search warrant and when they arrested him. They didn't have his DNA to test.
Exactly.
That's why I believe fully. I've had this conversation with Starge a couple times. I fully believe when I saw that the FBI said, "Don't use this, don't use this, don't use this," and all of a sudden they don't have it. I fully believe that they used an unsanctioned database to run that DNA through, which is why they do not want anybody knowing about it. That's my opinion. I very well could be wrong. I just don't feel like I am. So,
but the PCA was written before the arrest. How do they know that? I don't want to go with that swab. I want to go before the swab because the swab comes after the arrest.
They went with the trash.
Yeah.
The paternity test from the DNA on the trash was the
trash.
father of DNA on the knife sheath. That's what they used to
That was
finally.
enough. That's why I wanted to get. They went with that for the probable cause.
Right.
So soon as Pennsylvania told them, here it is, and they got the results, then they turned the PCA in and have them arrested.
Well, but it wasn't Pennsylvania that ran that. The way, if I'm not mistaken, the way that reads, they sent it back to Idaho, and which is another
they sent it to Idaho.
They sent it to Idaho,
and then
24 hours
sent
after they collected it, they get this
Texas.
PCA put together to arrest him, and it's like, what the fuck? You fly this back to Idaho, you run a paternity test, and you write a long ass PCA in 24 hours? Really?
No, because we watched the witnesses talk about the time that it takes and the effort that it takes to put in to get true oh Jesus, come on, Dago, true results back on testing like that. I don't care if they flew it to Idaho, because when they flew it to Idaho, it was inconclusive. Then they sent it to Texas, and whatever else they did, that's what we were told. There's no way in hell that they got a clean match and that sent that fast. I'm sorry, I don't believe that.
Yeah,
the sample that they had, they also had to magnify it.
Yeah,
they had a sample that couldn't hit CODIS, and I don't think that hit was solely because it didn't have any match inside of CODIS. It may simply be that there wasn't enough.
There wasn't enough.
Right. What people really need to know about this DNA is the quantities that they're using to generate an ID are unheard of in the genealogical work field. That's why they have you spit into a tube. They don't just have you take your finger and touch the end of a cotton swab and move on with your life.
No.
You understand? They're looking for significantly more material than skin cells.
Right.
Because skin cells can prove to be inconclusive. They can have enough, and you can say, oh, it's a guy, but you can't really go any further with it. And so what this lab that they sent it to has been doing is they've been magnifying these samples that don't have enough quantity to generate a full DNA sample.
That's true. That is true.
And that magnification then is used in genealogical work. And the genealogical work comes down to the skill and quality of the researcher, as well as were you pursuing a target name, which could influence how you're reading the information you're reading. There's so many loopholes in what they're doing here with this touch DNA that it's just incredibly sad. That small minutia amount of DNA is their case is hooked around that, as if they found Bigfoot and they're going to parade them out front for everybody to see.
There you go.
To me, it's almost a travesty of justice. Unless they come to court with other information showing him in that home, then I think we're all being set up for a way to convict people on the most minuscule amount of information ever in man's history.
Absolutely.
Microscopic particles.
And I thank y'all for providing that information. That's what I was trying to find out.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, guys. I think it's time to bring her down. We've been going for 4.5 hours, which is a good amount of time. I appreciate you guys very much. It's been a good talk. Again, I enjoy doing this very much.
Dinner and lunch, and I napped and came back. You've been going so long.
Good. I think we're going to be here in a little while. I'm not sure. I don't want to speak out of turn, but I think Cletus and Clue are going to be doing their thing here. So we got to make sure that we go show some love over there for sure. And I want to thank you guys for joining us up here again today. Cletus and Clue, Riddler, always a pleasure. Sarge, already know. I'm not even going to say it. Vic, thank you very much for your input. Brian, wherever you went, thank you, my friend. And Willie, it's always a pleasure as well.
Being with you
guys. Very, very, very much. Yes, ma'am. Have a great night. All of you guys, hold on a minute.
Hey, Clue and Cletus.
Yep.
All right, guys. Sorry about that.
There's got to be a way for us to have a conversation.
Are you coming on?
I am going to come onto your stream, but there's something I need. I want to actually talk to you about.
We got the 900 number. We'll call it.
Awesome.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'm going to give you a 50% off coupon
Oh, 25 cents a minute.
for the first 10 seconds. It's only $5 a minute, but you get 50%
Hey, girl,
off. For the first
I'm
10
really
seconds.
sorry if you felt I offended you. I really didn't mean to. You know how we all get passionate and things like that. So it's great to meet you. So nothing personal at all.
No, never over here, guys. We can always agree to disagree and still walk away
Yeah.
shake at the end of the day. That is why I love this
Yeah.
community as much as I do and always have.
Okay.
I appreciate you guys very much. Again,
Okay.
everybody up here, thank you. Like I said, from what I understand, Cletus and Clue will be live here soon too. I'm going to be over there for sure,
The
definitely.
Clue,
So,
what's it called again? The Clueless Cletus show, or what's the name of that show?
We'll just call it chlamydia. Let's just sum everything up in one.
media,
Clueless Chlamydia Cletus show. Brought to you
There
by
you go.
the dress.
Yeah.
Dylan.
That sums it all
The
up.
topic is the drip. So anyway, you guys are awesome. I love it. Everybody in chat, you guys are beyond amazing. I appreciate everybody's input.
Love
Whoever
you lots.
the law student was that was in here, thank you so much for that info that you put in there. Guys, this is the way it should be done. There should be able to be conversations. We should be able to have 3 or 4 or 5, 6, 8-hour conversations and have them respectable. And at the end of the day, smile and wave as we walk away. Because that's what it's about, guys. We're all here for the same reason. We shouldn't be fighting with each other. We shouldn't be bouncing off each other. It's supposed to be a good thing, and it was, as always. Like I say over here, I appreciate you guys for that.
Drink and see.
Very good.
Absolutely, guys. Well,
Welcome
again,
you all again.
absolutely, Sarge.
I love everybody, but nobody more than myself. You all have a good night.
We all know that. We all know that. And I hope to see you over at Sue's. I really do. Thank you very much, Legendary.
That's how it's supposed to be, guys. I'm just think about what I said. That's how it's supposed to be.
You do you.
Picking on poor Sarge when he's down.
Yes. I hope to see you here in a little while over there, Sarge. You ain't got nothing better to do, right?
Good night.
Lots of love. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Have a good night. Thank you
It's
very
the
much.
Riddler saying so long from the Sunshine State.
Right. Absolutely. And thank you, Clue, and all them. Willie, are you here or no? Nope. Everybody looks to be gone. Thank you, Legendary, for that. I appreciate that very much. I don't know what time they'll be live. Just watch for it, guys. They should be here soon. I will be over there as well. Again, guys, thank you so very much for being here today. Once again, another amazing show as far as I'm concerned. I appreciate you all so very much, guys. Don't forget to love yourselves and to love each other. Don't change a thing about yourselves because you are all the beautiful people, and I will see you all so very soon. Bye-bye now.